Welcome to Steve Cohn's tutorials. I am Vis Makosek, a final year PhD candidate at University of Ghana, Department of Economics. I'm a lecturer at the University College where I teach macroeconomics, financial markets, and institutions. I'm assistant WAEC examiner in economics and a former senior high school teacher. We have done up to, this is the 15th lesson. This batch of lectures, we are 15. We are now on the last one, 15. Already have our 18 topics that have already been done on topics like national income accounting, balance of payments, when it comes to national trade, when it comes to the issue of agriculture, industrialization, economic integration, IMF, World Bank, African Development Bank. We've done a lot of analysis, statistics, data, type questions, and everything, data response on that. That's available on our website. Visit our www.stevecohn.com. We have there, when you sign up, you have access to all the 18 videos for yourself. Anytime you go back and look, you can, once you pay for affordable, it's affordable if you want to pay for it anytime, you can go back to the website and access these 18 topics for yourself. We're also shooting the 15 topics, and you have done the 14. This is the last one. Also, it will be available for you. So you get it for yourself. All the topics you need to learn for 3 years, we have done every analysis, data response, try questions for you. So you don't need to worry. You can stay in your house, get access to the lane, and go and write. Again, we have it available on a pen drive. Okay, the pen drive can be used on your laptop, on your phone. So once you have your laptop, your mother is saying you once you're going, you can listen to it, so that you don't waste time. Try to deepen your escalate understanding on economics, and try to get that radical knowledge that will give you that potentiating effect. In lesson 15, we're going to look at the last lesson. Even in lesson 15, we're going to talk about the theory of consumer behavior, or what we call utility theory. Right? So utility, we are going to talk about the satisfaction you gain whenever you buy a product. If you buy our product, right, what is the satisfaction you gain, right? Utility. So you're going to talk about one. We're going to look at the introduction. We're going to look at, there are two schools of thought under utility. You have the cardinal utility analysis or the cardinal utility approach. There are two schools of thought. We're going to consider the two schools of thought. The first school of thought is the cardinal utility analysis or marginal utility approach. We're going to look at what we call total utility, marginal utility, average utility. We're going to talk about the law of diminishing marginal utility. We're going to talk about the paradox of value. We're going to talk about one commodity approach, the two commodity approach, when it comes to deriving the law of utility. Then we're going to talk about the cardinal ordinal utility approach. We're going to talk about the ordinal utility analysis or the indifference curve analysis. We're going to talk about the indifference curve, the budget line or budget constraint. We're going to talk about the consumer, economic optimization of the consumer. We're going to talk about income effect, substitution effect of a price change. We're going to talk about income consumption curve, ICC. We're going to talk about the price consumption curve, PCC. We're going to talk about the data response and the try question. Right? It's so power-packed for you. Not only for writing the WASI, you can these things also learn the investing, right? Once you buy this, when you go to these things, I've been investing, I did economics. These things also learn the investing, right? You can use it. Again, too, it's for your daily life. Economics is not only for writing exams, but for your daily life, decision making, economic decision making. How you buy things, how you consume things, how you take very rational, very robust decisions, and resilient decisions. So one, it's very beneficial for the WASI. Two, for university learning. Three, for your personal life, the knowledge for your private life, how you take decisions. So follow me as I walk you through this lesson. Introduction. Anytime you buy a product or service, the consumer expects to obtain satisfaction or benefit from the product or service consumed. The benefit or satisfaction you expect to obtain is called utility. This is measured in utile. Commodities that do not give you satisfaction is a disutility to the consumer. There are two schools of thought with respect to the theory of consumer behavior, utility theory. The cardinal utility or marginal utility approach, the ordinal utility approach analysis, and the indifference curve analysis. So whenever you buy a product, you expect to get utility. If you buy today, if you buy a pen drive, you go to our website, you pay the affordable fee, and access the website, you expect to get utility. When I went to learn it from your website, I now understand these things. Okay? Oh, this I didn't understand. When I bought your pen drive, I understand. So you've gotten utility. So it wasn't waste of money. It wasn't just profligate expenditure. But it's something that gives you satisfaction. If you are going down, you went to Circle, you went to buy maybe apple. It's for the apple you bought to give you utility. Hey, I was very hungry. When I bought the apple, I ate. I can feel I'm satisfied. You bought shoe. Oh, when I bought a shoe, I feel I'm okay. Right? So anytime you buy a product or a service, it can be a product, it can be a service, you expect to get utility. Right? So that all that we're going to talk about today, we're going to talk about utility. When you pay taxes to the government, you expect that government will render service to you without giving utility. So it cuts across everywhere. If you rent, you pay a rent. You expect that the room you're going to live, hey, you're paying this expensive rent. They expect that the room will be very nice. That's value for money analysis. So utility is measured in utils, right? Utility is measured in what? Utils. And any commodity that does not give you utility is a disutility. Sometimes you buy a product, you regret buying it. Maybe the person deceived you, what they call information asymmetry. He didn't tell you the right thing. He showed you a product, and later, hey, the product he showed to me is not a good product. People even marry women and later they get regret that, hey, this is not the woman I thought I was going to marry. Right? So anytime, sometimes you buy things and you regret. You buy a phone, hey, the phone is not working, the laptop is not working, the room is leaking. So it's a disutility to you. Right? Any rational consumer will not spend his money on anything that gives you disutility. Right? That's the point from that perspective. You're going to look at the two schools of thought when it comes to utility theory. Right? There are two schools of thought. You're going to do very succinctly and particularly very in-depth analysis on these schools of thought. Right? You're going to talk about the cardinal utility, or what they call the marginal utility approach. You're going to take that one and deal with the very issues, explicitly the issues that borders on things very, very well, very well. Then after that, we look at the ordinal utility analysis, or what they call indifference curve analysis. Also, we're going to do that very, very detailed for you. So we're going to take it one by one and look at the issues that surround it, and we need to discuss it very thoroughly to deepen your spiritual understanding. So you're talking about one. You're starting with the cardinal utility analysis or marginal utility approach. The cardinalist approach assumes utility is measured in absolute values, called util. For example, when Adelaide consumed a bottle of Coca-Cola, she obtained a utility of saving. The cardinal approach, or what they call the marginal approach, they assume that when you buy a product or a service, when you consume, the utility you gain can be measured in numbers. Right? They assume that if I bought the video, when I bought this video, my satisfaction I got is maybe 10 util. That's the assumption that you can measure people's utility they gain whenever they buy a product or service. So that's their school of thought, right? It's quite difficult to measure too. Because how a product will give me a utility might differ from one consumer to another consumer, but their perception or their analysis that anytime you buy a product, you should be able to measure the utility you gain from that product. I got 10 utility, I got 6, I got 5, I got 10, whatever. You should be able to tell us the quantity more utility you got over the product. And that's the school of thought. And the utility should be measured in util. Also, they spoke about what they call total utility, marginal utility, average utility. So what is total utility? It's a summation of the satisfaction of benefit the consumer obtained from consuming all units of a specific product. So if let's say I was taking a bottle of Avaro. I took the first bottle of Avaro, what is the utility I got? I took the second bottle of Avaro, what is the utility I got? I took the third bottle, what did I get? 4 bottles, what did I get? So if I'm taking Avaro, I took 5 bottles. All the 5 bottles, the utility I got, if you put together, it's total utility. This is very simple. You know what total is? So if you put all the Avaro I bought, if you sum all together, the utility I got, we call it what? Total utility. This is very, and mathematically, to get total utility is the summation of the marginal utility. Later, we're going to take figures to estimate the total utilities and those things. These are the formulas. To get total utility is the summation of the marginal utility. When you sum the marginal utility, you get total utility. Or total utility is equal to the average utility times quantity. Right? So this MU, marginal utility, you're going to talk about marginal utility, AU, average utility. So total utility is called the summation of the marginal utility, or total utility is called the average utility times quantity. So let's get the marginal utility. What's the marginal utility? It's the satisfaction the consumer obtains by consuming one additional unit of a commodity. It's what? The satisfaction you gain when you consume one additional unit of a commodity. So anytime you are buying a product, maybe you're buying, assuming that you went home, you ate, let's say, apple, one. Utility you got, maybe let's say 6. You consume additional 1. So now you're consuming what? 2. The additional 1, you got a utility of maybe 4, right? So when you're consuming a product, anytime you consume additional 1, marginal talks about additional 1. Anytime you hear marginal in economics, marginal utility, marginal cost, marginal revenue, marginal product, it talks about additional. When you do anything additional, the result. So marginal utility is the satisfaction you give when you consume one additional unit of a commodity. If you don't add it, you are wrong. One additional. If I'm consuming 10 bottles of beer, if I consume one more, the extra one I consume, what is the satisfaction I gain? And to get marginal utility, it's called change in delta TU, that's change in total utility over change in quantity. So mathematically, you're going to use this to solve for it, right? To get marginal utility, mathematically, you're going to change in total utility over change in quantity. So marginal utility is the satisfaction you gain whenever you consume one additional unit of a commodity. Average utility is the satisfaction obtained per unit of a commodity consumed. So average is the satisfaction you obtain by per unit. So it is a satisfaction obtained per unit of commodity consumed. So average utility is called total utility over quantity. So if, for instance, what the average utility means? If I consume 10 apples, 10 apples, and I got a total utility of 70 utils, then the average utility will be what? The average utility got the total utility divided by quantity. The rate is called to what? 70 divided by what? 7. Right? So average utility is going to be equal to total utility divided by quantity. So what does it mean? You consume 10 apples and you got the total utility of what? 7 utils. Meaning that on average, the 10 you consume, each one gave you 7 utils, 7 utils, 7 utils on average. On average, each one gave you 7 utils, 7 utils, 7 on average. Right? But it doesn't also mean that each one gave you 7. Some might give you more, some might give you less. But we assume that on average, okay, on average, each one gave me this. But in reality, some give you more, some give you less. But then you give me a rough idea, the satisfaction came from each of them. So we have a very simple example here. A very simple example. And let's use that to illustrate something. The table here, what do we have? We have somebody consume apples. We have total utility TU, marginal utility MU. We have the average utility 1 or 2. We have our total utilities from 1, total utility is 30. From 2, total utility is 38. From 3, total utility is 42. From 4 is 44, 42, and 5 is 40. So let's use it. This is a very simple example. Let's use it to calculate. First, let's start with the averages. After that, we go to the marginal. Right? So let's see. Average utility at 1. Average utility at apple 1. Average utility at apple 1 is called the total utility at apple 1 over quantity 1. Average utility at apple 1. It's called total utility at apple 1. That's 30 divided by 1. That gives you what? 30. It's very simple, right? These are not difficult at all. What about average utility? Average utility at 2. Average utility here at apple 2 will be equal to total utility at apple 2 over total utility at apple 2. What is total utility at apple 2? Total utility at apple 2 here is 38. 38 divided by quantity 2. What is the quantity 2? This is the quantities. These are the quantities. The number of apples you consume. 2. That's the quantity. So that gives you what? 19. What about average utility at 3? It's got total utility at 3 over quantity 3. So let's see, to get average utility at 3, to get average utility at 3 here, it's got total utility at 3, which is 42, divided by quantity. Number of apples is the quantity. Quantity is what? 3. So 3 gives you what? 14. So this one will give me 14. What about average utility at 4? It's got total utility at 4 over quantity 4. Total utility at quantity 4. This is the 4. What is the total utility? 42. And what is the quantity is what? 4. So 4 divided by that gives you 10.5. So here is equal to 10.5. The average utility at 5 is equal to total utility at 5 over quantity what? 5. So what is the average utility? It's 40. And total utility is what? 5. So that gives you what? 8. So that place is 8. So we are now done with the marginals, right? So you have seen that it's not difficult at all, right? This is very simple, right? Very, very simple. So you see that? Very, very simple analysis like that. Let's do for the marginals. What's the marginal utility? Marginal utility is equal to change in total utility over change in quantity, right? At 1, there is no change. If I'm standing at 1, I have no change to any place. So at 1, the total utility is the same as marginal utility, but there's no change, right? So at 1, the marginal utility is still 30. At 2, what is the marginal utility at 2 here? The marginal utility at 2 is equal to total utility at 2. Total utility at 2 minus total utility at 1 divided by quantity 2 minus quantity 1. Marginal utility at 2 here. Marginal utility at 2 is equal to total utility at 2. What is total utility at 2? 38. Minus total utility at 1, 30. Over quantity 2. What is the quantity? Quantity 2. Over quantity 1, which gives you what? 8. So if I want to get marginal utility at 2, it's total utility at 2 minus total utility at 1 divided by quantity 2 minus quantity 1. It's the change in total utility. What's the change? Change, if I'm here, I move to this place. What's the change? The change is here, where am I, minus where I was. So you have to find the difference between where I was before I moved. So if I was at T, well, if I was at quantity, I consume 1 apple. Now I consume 2 apples. What is the change? The change is the 2 apples I'm consuming minus the previous one to find the change. Right? So here, what does it mean? It means that when you consume, what does it mean? It means that when you consume, first, you consume 1 apple and you got 30 UTAR satisfaction. When you consume additional 1, here was you're consuming 1, here you have added another 1. So you're consuming 2. Before that, you're consuming 1. So The additional one you added, the utility you got is 8 utils. So first you're consuming 1, and the utility was 30. Now you're consuming 2. You consume additional 1. The additional 1 you consume, the utility, the marginal utility is what? 8. The total utility for consuming 2 commodities is 38. If you add 30 plus 8, 38. When you consume 2, the total utility you got is 38. But the second one you consume, the utility you got for only the second one is the marginal. That's 8. The utility you got for only the first apple was 30. Right? So they give you the total. This will give you the utility you get for each one of them. Let's look at the marginal utility at 3. Marginal utility at 3 is equal to total utility at 3 minus total utility at 2 over quantity 3 over quantity 2. Total utility at 3 is what? 42. Total utility at 2 is 38. Quantity 3 is 3. Quantity 2 is 2. When you subtract, you're going to get what? 4. Yeah. So, what does it mean? If I was at 2, I moved to 3, and you're supposed to find the change. The change, if I was at 2 here, I moved to 3. I was consuming 2 apples. Now I moved to 3. What is the change? The change is, where am I now? That's the quantity 3 minus the previous quantity 2. Before you can find the change. If we're in class 1 and move to class 2, you want to find out whether now you're improving your academics. What will you do? You compare the class 2 performance to the class 1 performance. Right? So if I move from 2 to 3, if I want to do it, it will be, I'll compare the output 3 I'm consuming with the previous output 2 to find the change. And the marginal utility there is what? 4. Which means that we are consuming 2 apples. When you consume additional 1, now the additional 1 you consume is 3. The additional 1 you consume gave you 4 utilities. So you're consuming 1. When I consume 1 apple, I got 30. I consume additional 1, and I got 8. I consume another additional 1. I got 4. So now I consume how many apples? 3 apples. What is the total utility I've gotten from consuming 3 apples? The total utility is 42. When I consumed 2, the total utility I got was 38. When I consumed 1, the total utility was 30. But the marginal, the utility I got when I consume any additional 1 is 30 for quantity 1, is 8 for commodity 2, and it's third one give me 4. Let's do for 4 and 5. The marginal utility at 4, it's got the total utility at 4 minus total utility at 3 over quantity 4 minus quantity 3. So you see that to get marginal utility at 4, you should total utility at 4 minus total utility at 3, the previous. 4, the previous is 3. So that way. Total utility at 4, what's total utility at 4 is what? 42. What's total utility at 3? 42. Output 4 is 3, output 3 is 3. That gives you what? 0. So that means the utility I got here is what? 0. Yes. So that means that the utility I got here is 0. Right? So the utility I got is, that means the 4th apple I consumed, it didn't give me any utility. I consume up to this point, the 4th one, maybe you're satisfied. It's like you're eating. You eat to a point so that you're satisfied. So when you eat another one, you don't feel any satisfaction. I think it happens to everyone, every day. All of us, everybody, it happens to you. You're eating, and when you get to a point, when you're eating to a level, you are okay. You see like the other one you consume doesn't give you any satisfaction. Right? So the 4th one didn't give you any satisfaction. So, see that's why your total utility didn't change. See the total utility is still the same. 42, 43, it didn't change. Still the same. Let's get marginal utility at 5. Marginal utility at 5 is equal to Total utility at 5 minus total utility at 4 over quantity 5 minus quantity 4. Right? So marginal utility at 5, equal total utility at 5 minus total utility at 4 over quantity 5 minus quantity 4. What is marginal utility at 5? What is total utility at 5? Total utility at 5 here is 40. Okay? What is total utility at 4? Total utility at 4 is 42. We have Q quantity 5 minus quantity 4. What do you get? Negative 2. That means the marginal utility you got here is negative 2. Right? So what does it mean? The fifth one I consumed, it didn't give me any satisfaction. It reduced my satisfaction. It's like you're eating. You eat to the point, you're satisfied, you keep on eating. The time you realize you're vomiting the food. Right? So your utility starts to fall. It starts to fall. Why? Because you have consumed the level and you keep on consuming. So when I consumed the first one, my marginal utility was 30. The second one, my marginal utility was 8. The third one, my marginal utility was 4. The fourth one didn't give me any utility. So you should have stopped consuming at 4. You shouldn't have gone beyond 4. The fifth one gave you negative marginal utility. And because the fifth one gave you negative marginal utility, the total utility has reduced from 42 to 40. It has reduced the total utility. So when I consumed 1, the total utility was 30. When I consumed 2, the total utility I got from 1 and 2 is 38. When I consumed 3, the total utility I got from commodity 1, 2, and 3 was 42. When I consumed 4, the total utility I got from commodity 1, 2, 3, and 4 was 42. When I consumed 5, the total utility I got from commodity 1, 2, 3, and 4 is also the marginal utility. So I want to discuss first. We're going to do something here. So let's look at something. Let's talk about the law of diminishing. Law of diminishing marginal utility. Let's get what we have here. From here, what do we see? Look at the marginal utility. It falls 30, 8, 4, that it goes down. So as you consume more, the marginal utility falls. What does it mean? See that when you start consuming something, assuming you come from the house, from the fit, you're playing football, you're very thirsty. When you take the first bottle of drink, the satisfaction is very high. When you take the second bottle, is the satisfaction the same as the first one? The second one also gives satisfaction, but it cannot be compared to the first one. Right? When you take the third one, you get satisfaction, but it cannot be compared to the second one. So the more you consume, you see that the satisfaction start reducing. You get to the point, see that you are filled, you're okay. You have to stop consuming. That's why your marginal utility is 0. If you keep on consuming, it will end up you will even be vomiting. I remember about 8 years ago, about 13, 14 years ago, I was traveling to the States with my friends from Kenya University. And we're in Delta Airlines. And when you're in Delta Airlines, anytime we didn't have money to buy for the first class, we bought for the economy. So when you're at the economy, they serve you food 3 times. From here to US is 10 hours. They serve you food 3 times. But when it comes to coffee and water, you can order. Anytime you can ask for it, they will give it to you. So one guy, anytime they ask coffee, the guy will order for it. Anytime he order, people, why is he ordering like that? I don't know whether he wanted to spend all the money he spent buying the plane ticket. He want to get the money back. Well, last time he bought the plane ticket, that time around $1,500. That's about 14 years ago. Every time they say coffee, the guy will order. Every time coffee, the guy consume. When they got to a level, the marginal utility according to 0, you stop consuming. He kept on consuming. The time the guy realized he had vomited all the coffee in the aeroplane, and everybody was looking at him. So that's what the utility is telling us. When you're consuming, get to a point, the marginal utility got to them, then you stop. When you're consuming your food, see that you're okay. Oh, my sister will come and eat the food, so let me eat all. You eat, I go to the point, you can't even walk. and you said that the food is coming out. So anytime you get anything new, the satisfaction is very high. The first day you get your first car, your satisfaction is very high. That's the first time you bought a car, right? But later, 2-3 years, when the car is even dirty, you don't wash. Somebody has to tell you to wash. But in the first year, first 2 years, when the car is dirty, you are in a hurry to wash. Why? That's the first time, so the satisfaction is very high. As time goes on, it becomes ordinary to you, right? So anytime you get something new, like you have been in the house 8 years without a job, when you get a job, the first day, you'll be there before the security comes. When you work there for 4-5 years, it becomes normal. You can even go to work late, right? So when the time you get anything new, the satisfaction is very high. As it goes on, the satisfaction becomes normal. Like somebody who have met a new lady. When he met a new lady, hey, this is a new lady, the satisfaction is very high. Oh, where are you? Oh, I want to come and pick you. Wait for me. Oh, wait. I'm going to the bedroom. Oh, wait, I'll come and pick you to the bedroom. The satisfaction is very high. When he marry you for 2-3 years, like now you are ordinary, the satisfaction started going down. One woman said that when he was dating with the husband, when they are walking around and they see gutter, the husband said, oh, honey, this is the gutter, be very careful. Satisfaction is very high. So when they got married, and even when they are walking around, they see gutter, they said, are you blind? Didn't see that there's gutter, right? The marginal utility is going down. It's getting to zero. You get to a point where even your husband started beating you and want to divorce you, then your marginal utility gets to negative, right? So he start beating you, your marginal utility is zero. You get to a point, he will divorce you, your marginal utility is negative, right? So anytime you get something new, your utility is very, very high. Whether you're consuming a good or a service, with time, it becomes ordinary and the utility becomes normal. So that's what they call the law of diminishing marginal utility. Let me show you something. Let's do this calculation once again. I want to take some figures out, then we do some calculation here, right? Let's see what I can do. I'm coming. I want us to do some calculation. Let's get something. Try to wrap up. We want to try to wrap up one. Let's see. Let's wrap our mind around this. Let's look at this. Let's see how we can. See what we have here. See, so we have here K, L, T, U, V. Right? They are missing ones, right? Here, the first example we did, we are given the totals. You're supposed to work for the marginals and average. But here, we have a situation where you don't have the totals. So you are now going to, and these are typical examples they ask you in the WASI. So let's look at this. At 1, total utility is 30. Marginal utility is 30, and this is 30. At 2, we don't know total utility, we don't know marginal utility, but we know average utility. At 3, we know total utility at 42, marginal at 4, and average at 40. At 4, Total utility, we don't know. We know the marginal. We don't know the average. The average, you don't know. At 5, we don't know. At 5, you know the marginal, you know the average, marginal, you know the average. So let's find out. We are supposed to find K. Let's look at K. What do you have? K, you have the average, total, right? What do we have? We have the quantity consumed. We have the total utility. We have the marginal utility. We don't have the total utility. We don't have the marginal utility. We have the average. So what do we have? We have the quantity and the average. We don't know the marginal, we don't know the total, we don't know the marginal. So what do we do? Somebody will ask me, do I solve for the marginal first or total first? You have to solve for the total first. Why? You're going to use the total to do the marginal. So if you don't know the total, you can't do the marginal. So if you have this, always solve for the total first. Because it's total you use to do the marginal. So let's solve for K. So calculate for K. What is K? K is what? Total utility. We have two formulas for getting total utility is equal to summation of marginal utility, or total utility is equal to average utility times what? Quantity. We have two formulas. Which of the formulas will be appropriate? Let's look at the formulas. Can you use the marginal utilities? No. We can't use that. We can't use that because, why can't we use that? We can't use that because we don't know the marginal utility here. If we know the marginal utility here, we can sum the marginal utility at 1, the marginal utility at 2, and we use it for marginal utility, total utility at 2. If we know the marginal utility at 1, the marginal utility at 2, we will sum the two up and get the total utility at 2. But we don't know the marginal utility at 2. So you can't use the first formula. What about the second formula? Second formula can be used. Why? We know the average utility at 2. What's the average utility at 2? 19. We know the quantity. The quantity is the apple 2. So you can use that formula. So to get total utility at 2, it's going to be average utility at 2 times quantity 2. Average utility at 2 is 19. The quantity consumed is what? 2. Which gives you what? 38. So total utility at 2 is equal to average utility at 2 times quantity 2. And therefore the total utility at 2 is what? 19 plus quantity 2, which gives what? 38. So here becomes, the K becomes what? 38. So now you can solve for, so we have done for K. What about L? L, calculate for L. L, what are you supposed to do? L, you're supposed to find marginal utility. So the marginal, so that's marginal utility at 2. Marginal utility at 2 is equal to total utility at 2 minus total utility at 1 over quantity 2 minus quantity what? 1. The marginal utility at 2, marginal utility at 2 is equal to total utility at 2 minus total utility at 1 minus output 2 minus output 1, which is equal to, the marginal utility at 2 is 38, total utility at 1 is 30 over quantity 2 over quantity 2 minus quantity 1, which gives you what? Which gives you 8. So what you get here is what? 8. So we are almost, let's get the other one. If you go to 4, at output 4, we don't know the total utility. We know the marginal utility at 0. We don't know the average. So what is our job? At that point, you're supposed to solve for total utility and average utility. Which one will I solve for first? I told you that solve for the total first. Because you use the total to solve for the average. So let's do that. Let's do that at T. We have to calculate the total utility at T. What do you have there? What is total utility at T? Total utility is equal to summation of the marginal utility. Total utility is equal to average utility times quantity. Total utility is equal to summation of the marginal utility, or total utility is equal to average utility times quantity. Right? What is? So let's see, which formula can we use? The first formula, you have to sum the marginal utility. What are you going to sum? You're going to sum the marginal utility at 1, at 2, at 3, at 4, so that you get this one. Can we use that? Yes. Why? You have the marginal utility at 1, marginal utility at 2, at 4, at 3, and at 4. So when you sum, you can get that. Can you use the second one? Average utility times quantity? No. We don't know the average utility here. It's U, it's missing. We know the quantity, we don't know the average. So the second one formula will not work. It's the first formula that will work. So the marginal utility, total utility at 4, is equal to marginal utility at 4, plus the marginal utility at 3, plus the marginal utility at 2, plus the marginal utility at 1. What's the marginal utility? No, it's marginal utility at 1. Let's start from 1, plus 2, marginal utility at 3, plus the marginal utility at 4. What's the marginal utility at 1? 30. You know it here. What about at 2, 8? At 3 is 4. At 4 is 0. When you put together, you get what? 42 utils. When you come here, you have 42. Then you come to U. Calculate U. What is U? U is the average utility at what? At 4. How do I get average? Average utility at 4 is equal to total utility at 4 over quantity 4, which is equal to 42. Total utility at 4 is the 42 over divided by 4, which gives you what? 0.5. So this place will give you what? 10.5. 10.5. So you see that when they give you a question where some of the totals are missing, the marginals are missing, averages are missing, you have to take your time and do it very well. Just take the formula, reason around it before you do it. If they give you a level where you don't know total and marginal, so for the total first before you do the marginal. If they give another level where you know the total, you don't know the average, do the total first. After that, you do the marginal. So one of the things we spoke about was the law of diminishing marginal utility. When we calculated the marginal utility, we saw that the marginal utility started falling from 30, it moved to 8, to 4, to 0, to -2. And we spoke to you about the law of diminishing marginal utility. Let's look at what we have here. It states that the additional utility that an individual derives from successive consumption of a particular commodity will increase in the initial stage. So what it's saying is that when you consume a product, as you consume a product, in the initial stage, it increases, your utility increases. So let's say the additional utility, that's the marginal utility, the additional utility or the marginal utility, the MU, the marginal utility that an individual derives from successive consumption of a particular product will increase in the initial period. So as you consume a particular product, here, what we say, we are looking at, you are consuming one type of good, right? You're not looking at, maybe you're observing you're consuming maybe a bottle of Coke. So you're consuming maybe 8 or 7 bottles of Coke. Not that you consume Coke, then go and consume up a Fanta, go and consume Pepsi, different. No. Otherwise, we cannot measure your satisfaction over the period. So we are assuming that you consume a particular commodity, and we're observing you over the period, right? So it says that the additional utility that an individual derives from successive consumption of a particular commodity will increase in initial state. So initial state will increase, later starts to diminish as the consumption of the commodity increases. As you consume more, the marginal utility later, and later the marginal utility starts to diminish. Later, the marginal utility starts to diminish as the consumption of the commodity increases. Later, as you consume more, the marginal utility of the commodity starts to what? Fall, holding constant all the consumption of other commodities. So what you're saying is simple. When you start consuming a product, the marginal utility, the individual derives, or the additional utility, let me put it just marginal utility. The marginal utility, the additional utility or the marginal utility, that will make it very, very, the marginal utility it says that the marginal utility that an individual derives, from successive consumption of a particular commodity will increase the initial stage, later start to diminish as the consumption of the commodity increases, holding constant the consumption of all factors of production. So that's what we say. Initially, when consumed a particular commodity, initially the marginal utility is very high. As you consume more over the period, it starts to fall, right? When you hold constant other commodities, so we are assuming you're holding constant the consumption of other commodity. We are assuming that you're consuming just one commodity. Maybe you're consuming maybe Heineken or Pepsi or maybe Miranda, one commodity. You're observing how the consumption marginal utility will flow over the period of time. So that's what it's about. So I think it's very clear. We want to talk about one thing, what they call paradox of value. What is the paradox of value? The economists exploit to find out why necessity goods like food, water, and others are less expensive than luxurious goods like diamond, even though necessity goods are more important to our lives than luxurious goods. What is the caveat? The caveat is that there are goods that are necessity goods to our lives. If you take like food, if you take like water, if you take like clothing, they are more essential to our lives. But they are less expensive than goods that are less expensive to our lives. If you compare diamond, what's the price of diamond? Diamond is more expensive than water. But diamond and water, which one is important to your life? So it was like a paradox. When something is a paradox, something that has a contradicting meaning. You are saying that something that is more essential to your life has less value than something that is less essential to your life. So something that is less essential to your life, it has more value than something that is more essential to your life. So it's like contradicting meaning. It's a paradox, right? It's something very difficult to understand. So if you say something is a paradox in literature, it's like saying that the man was a rich man but couldn't pay his children's school fees. That's a paradox. How can you be a rich man and you're unable to pay your children's school fees? It's contradicting. The same can be said of this. How can you say that commodities that are essential to your life, if you don't have it, you die? It's less expensive. But commodities that are not essential to your life is more expensive than them. It's a contradicting meaning. Why should it be so? Diamond is not important to my life like that. But diamond is more expensive than water that's more important to my life. The logic should have been that goods that are more essential to your life should be more expensive than goods that are less essential to your life. But that's not the narrative. It's a caveat. What's the caveat? The caveat is that, so what the economists try to find out, what is the reason that accounts for these things, right? The economists find out, what is the reason that accounts for these things over the period? And they say, okay, let's see what they have. That's what they call the paradox of value. Economists identify that necessity goods are abundant, whilst luxurious goods are scarce. And you see that, yes, water, food, they are abundant, but luxurious goods are scarce. Diamond, how many countries have diamond? Right, diamond, platinum, very scarce. Gold, very scarce. But water, if you go here, we are just close to the Mediterranean Sea. Where we are standing, it's not far. It's less than 1 hour to the Mediterranean Sea. There's a lot of water here. But can you see diamond here? And of course, you cannot see. So we identify that the necessity goods are abundant, while luxurious goods are scarce. According to the principle of utility, commodities that are scarce has higher, commodities that are scarce has higher marginal utility, and commodities that are abundant have lower marginal utility. Right? Any commodity that is scarce or scarce has higher marginal utility. Any commodity that is abundant has a lower marginal utility. Right? So any commodity that is in abundance, that's scarce or scarce, has a higher marginal utility. Any commodity that is in abundance has a lower marginal utility. And it's true. Any commodity that is scarce, somebody have only one child. The way he's so precious to the child is so because that's the only child. Somebody have about 20 children, doesn't even care about them because they have a lot of children. So anything that's scarce or scarce has a higher marginal utility. Anything that is abundant has a lower marginal utility. Any rational consumer will pay higher price for commodity that gives them higher utility, right? Any rational consumer, you want to pay higher price for any commodity that gives you a higher marginal utility and a lower price for commodity that gives you a lower marginal utility. And the consumer will pay higher price for luxurious goods than necessary goods. So the reason the economists able to phantom was that luxurious goods are more expensive than luxurious goods are more expensive than necessary goods because luxurious goods are very scarce or scarce. Necessary goods are abundant. And any commodity that's scarce or scarce have a higher marginal utility. And the commodity that's in abundance has a lower marginal utility. And therefore the consumer will pay a higher price for a commodity that gives him a higher marginal utility and a lower price for a commodity that gives him a lower marginal utility. Right? So the consumer will pay higher price for any commodity that gives you a higher marginal utility. If you're going to buy something, won't you pay higher price for something that gives you higher margin? If you're going to rent a room, the flat is 400 Ghana cedis, but the single room is 1,000 cedis. Who in his right sense will rent a single room for 1,000, whilst the chamber and hall for 400 Ghana cedis, right? That's not value for money. You will pay higher price for any commodity that gives you a higher marginal utility, and you pay lower price for commodity that gives you a lower margin utility. And therefore, it follows that logic that consumers will pay a higher price for luxurious goods and a lower price for necessary goods because luxurious goods has a higher marginal utility because they are scarce, whilst necessary goods has a lower marginal utility because they are in abundance. And that explains why goods that are necessity tends to be less expensive than goods that are luxurious goods. I rest my case. I want to talk about one important issue. We're going to discuss some important issue here. So we want to explain how can the law of demand be derived from utility theory, right? We know the law of demand. So what are we going to do here? Deriving the law of demand from utility You're going to derive the law of demand from utility theory. We know the law of demand already. We know the law of demand, and we want to find out how can this law be derived from the utility theory, right? What does the law says? The law says that. What does the law say? The law says that at higher prices, quantity demanded is low. And at lower price, quantity demand is very high. It's true. We want to see how we can derive the law through the utility. First, you're going to use what I call one commodity approach. One commodity approach. So you're going to use that. First, you're going to use at equilibrium. At equilibrium, price, let's use commodity X. The price of commodity X is equal to X. At equilibrium, it's equal to 8 because this is because the consumer, this is because the consumer will be prepared to pay a price for commodity, a price for a commodity which is equal to 8 marginal utility. So at the equilibrium, this is because the consumer will be prepared to pay a price for commodity which is equal to marginal utility. So at the equilibrium, we assume that the price of X is equal to marginal utility. Why? Whenever you are buying a product, if the price you pay is lower than the marginal utility, is good. You are paying lower price but you get higher marginal utility. The worst case is where the price you pay should go to marginal utility. If the marginal utility is less than the price is higher, the price is higher than marginal utility, then it's not good. No consumer want to pay a higher price for commodity that gives him a lower marginal utility than the price, right? So at the equilibrium, people only will buy a commodity that they think that at least the price is equal to its marginal utility. That means the idea is that the price they are paying for the product is actually the price they are paying for the product is equal to the product's marginal utility, right? And if the price is higher than the marginal utility, it will be quite preposterous to buy any product that behave that way. The worst case is that maybe the price is lower than marginal utility. There is a good case. So at the equilibrium, price of commodity X is equal to marginal utility of commodity X. That's the equilibrium. This is because the consumer will be prepared to pay a higher price for commodity which is equal to its marginal utility. This is the equilibrium. Let's assume that the price of commodity let's assume that the price of commodity X increases. So what do we have here now? Price becomes higher than what? Marginal utility. This means that there is consumer disequilibrium. Because price is higher than marginal utility. So let's assume that. So we are at equilibrium. Let's assume that at equilibrium. Let's assume that we are at equilibrium, and now price. Let's assume the price of a commodity X increases. What happens? Now price is higher than marginal utility of X, meaning that this means that there is a consumer disequilibrium because price is higher than marginal utility. The only time there will be equilibrium is when price equals to marginal utility. This, which means that the equilibrium has to be solved. Hence, the consumer equilibrium Hence, the consumer equilibrium needs to be. And the consumer equilibrium needs to be. Hence, the consumer equilibrium needs to be restored. So, the equilibrium has been what? Distorted. Why have it been distorted? They have been distorted because now price is higher than marginal utility. Then we have to restore it. How do we restore? In order to restore the consumer equilibrium, marginal utility has to increase. Marginal utility in order to restore the equilibrium, marginal utility has to increase. So what are we saying? Price has gone up, right? Price have gone out. It will make this, so this one went up. Price went up. That caused the disequilibrium. If you want them to be equal, the marginal utility also has to increase. That's common sense. This one increase, that caused the disequilibrium. So if you want them to be equal again, so there will be equilibrium, then the marginal utility has to increase. Right? Marginal utility can increase according to the utility theory, according to the utility theory, marginal utility can increase. Marginal utility can increase by consuming less. Let's get what we have. Let's get what we have talked about. We said that we were at equilibrium, and now the price increased. If the price increased, now the price is now higher than the marginal utility, so there's no equilibrium again. The only equilibrium is when the price equals to marginal utility. So this means that there is consumer disequilibrium because the price is higher than marginal utility. Hence, the consumer equilibrium needs to be restored. The equilibrium, we have to restore it. In order to restore the consumer equilibrium, full stop, then the marginal utility has to increase. If price have gone up, if assuming first price and marginal utility were 5.5, right? And now price have increased to 10. Marginal utility is 5. So now there's a disequilibrium. How can we restore the equilibrium? We have to increase marginal utility to also 10 so that they are equal, right? So that the equilibrium is what? Restored. So the marginal utility, in order to restore the consumer equilibrium, the marginal utility has to increase. According to the utility theory, marginal utility can increase by consuming less. Let's look at the law of diminishing marginal returns. The law of diminishing marginal, according to the law of diminishing marginal returns, okay, according to the law of diminishing Let me, according to the law of diminishing marginal returns, according to the law of diminishing marginal utility, marginal utility can increase. Marginal utility can increase by consuming according to the law of diminishing marginal utility, according to the law of diminishing marginal utility can increase by consuming less. Let's look at the law. The law says that as you consume more of commodity X, marginal utility what? Falls. That's the law. The law of diminishing marginal utility says as you consume more, the marginal utility falls. Right? That's what the law says. As I consume more, the marginal utility falls. Then vice versa. As I consume less, the marginal utility will what? Will rise. It's vice versa. And the law says that as I consume more and more, the marginal utility falls. In the same way, as I consume less, the marginal utility will what? Will rise. Vice versa. So it means that, what does it mean? It means that, look at something. When price increase, marginal utility has to be increased. When price increase, marginal utility has to increase. How can you increase marginal utility? You can increase marginal utility by consuming the quantity demanded of X. You have to consume what? Less. When price increase, marginal utility has to increase. Marginal utility can increase by consuming less. So it means that when price increase, your consumption of commodity X falls. And that's the law of demand. So this confirms the law of demand that as the price increases, the quantity demanded of the commodity X decreases, all things being equal. So you see that it follows it. So what have we done here? We are able to prove that we can derive the law of utility from, you can derive the law of demand from a utility theory. Okay, let's look at something. When we were explaining it, we said that if we assume that if the price increases, what about if the price decreases? Let's take the other side and see what happens, right? If the price decreases, will it also confirm the law of demand? If the price of X decreases, if the price of X decreases, what they have, we have a situation where the price of X is less than marginal utility of X, right? The price of X is less than marginal utility of X. That's a disequilibrium, right? Because if you want equilibrium, the price should be equal to marginal utility. And therefore, if you have a situation where price is less than marginal utility, then you have a situation of what? Disequilibrium. This means that there is a disequilibrium because price is less than marginal utility. Hence the consumer equilibrium, hence the consumer equilibrium needs to be restored, right? So here we are looking at the other side. What other side? Where price decreases, then price becomes less than marginal utility, which will result in disequilibrium. Hence price is less than marginal. Hence price is less than marginal utility. Hence the consumer equilibrium needs to be restored. So you have to restore the equilibrium. Restore equilibrium means that let the two be equal again. In order to restore the consumer equilibrium, the marginal utility has to decrease. If price have decreased and have brought this equilibrium, the marginal utility also has to what? Decrease, so that it restore the equilibrium. Period. If price decrease has caused the disequilibrium, then also we have to decrease marginal utility so that the equilibrium will be restored. According to the law of diminishing marginal utility decreases. It will only decrease marginal utility decrease, right? By consuming more. From the law of diminishing marginal utility. From the law of diminishing marginal utility, when you consume more, the marginal utility what? Falls or decreases. So let's get what they have here. It means that when the price of S1 decreases, marginal utility has to decrease. It can only decrease by consuming more. Means that when price decrease, you are consuming what? More. And that's the law of demand. It confirms the law of demand that when price of a commodity decreases, S decreases, the quantity demanded of commodity X increases. All things being equal, right? So you are able to prove that if we are at equilibrium, Px equal to Mx, and all of a sudden price increases or decreases, right? If the price decreases, let's see, when the price decreases, there's a disequilibrium. Why? The price of X is less than marginal utility of what? X. And therefore, we have to restore the equilibrium. In order to restore the equilibrium, marginal utility also has to decrease. Price have decreased. To restore the equilibrium, marginal utility also has to what? Decrease. According to the law of diminishing marginal utility can decrease by consuming more. So when price decrease, marginal utility has to decrease. It will decrease by consuming more of commodity what? X. That's quantity demand has to increase. This confirms the law of demand that as the price of commodity X decreases, the quantity demand of commodity X increases, all things being equal. So you are able to use one commodity approach. You are able to use the one commodity approach to prove that indeed the law of demand can be derived from the utility theory. We are also going to use two commodity approach to also prove whether the law, it confirms the law of demand. So that we are going to use two commodities, where in the case we have two commodities, in that case we're going to see how this thing is going to be, whether it's going to help us restore the equilibrium. So let's assume that we use the one commodity. Let's use two commodity approach. Meaning that the consumer is consuming two commodities, right? Two commodity approach. The first one, we use only one commodity. We're looking at a person consuming only commodity X. What about if you consume commodity X and Y? So let's see. A consumer consuming two commodities will be equilibrium. Consumer consuming two commodities will be equilibrium where the marginal utility of X divided by the price of X equals the marginal utility of Y divided by the price of Y. If the person is consuming two commodities, the consumer consuming two commodities will be at equilibrium when the marginal utility of X is equal to the price of X, the marginal utility of Y is equal to the price of Y. And therefore, this is the equilibrium. So if you are using two commodities, we are assuming that the last amount of dollar you spend on X and the marginal utility of X Should we go to the, what does it mean? It means that the price I spent on X divided by 8 marginal utility, and the price I spent on Y divided by 8 when you divide marginal utility, it should be equal. That means the satisfaction I got from the X1 with respect to its price, the satisfaction I got from marginal utility of Y with respect to its price is equal. Then it means that I'm at equilibrium when I'm consuming two commodities. So let's assume that at equilibrium, let's assume the price of X let's assume the price of X increases. If the price of X increases, what happens? Now it means that it will make this side less than this side. But if the price of X increases here, if the price of X increases with the margin, with the numerator being the same, it will make this place less than this place, right? So if price increases, marginal utility of X divided by Px will be less than marginal utility of Y divided by Py. Because if you have a numerator, right, and the numerator is constant, the denominator if I have this, the numerator is the same, but the denominator have increased. It will make the value fall, which means that this side, marginal utility of X divided by price of X will be less than marginal utility of Y divided by price of Y. This means that there is what? This equilibrium. This means there is consumer this means that this means that there is consumer what? Disequilibrium. Why is it consumer disequilibrium? Because this is because the left hand side this is because mu X divided by Ps is less than MUI divided by price of Y. Hence, equilibrium needs to be restored. Hence, equilibrium needs to be the equilibrium needs to be restored, right? This is because the MUX over S is less than MU over Y. Hence the equilibrium needs to be restored, right? How can equilibrium be restored? The equilibrium can be restored. The equilibrium, let me bring it down. The equilibrium can be restored. The equilibrium can be restored. The equilibrium can be restored by increasing the marginal utility of commodity X. Increasing the marginal utility of commodity So the equilibrium can be restored by increasing marginal utility of commodity X. So let's see. When the price of X increase, with this one being constant, this means this is equilibrium. This is because the MUX over PX is less than MU over Y. Hence, equilibrium needs to be restored. How can we restore the equilibrium? The equilibrium can be restored by increasing the marginal utility of X. That's all. If this one has increased, and it's called this equilibrium, how do we do it? This one also has what? Increase. That's all. So if let me show you some small illustration over here. If MUS this one, if this one was 10, now this one, let's assume they were all 10, and the price increased to 15. If you want them to be equal, what do? The marginal utility also has to increase by 5. Then they are equal. So if you want them, then the marginal utility of commodity X also has to increase, so that it becomes equal, right? So the equilibrium can be restored by increasing the marginal utility of X. The marginal utility of X, according to the law of diminishing marginal, according to the law of diminishing marginal utility, according to the law of diminishing marginal utility, the marginal utility of X, the marginal utility of commodity X, the marginal utility of commodity X can increase. The marginal utility of commodity X can increase by consuming less. So let's see. The equilibrium has to be restored. So if the price of X have gone up and it's causing that, and the marginal utility of X also have to go up so that they are equal, so that problem goes away. According to the law of diminishing marginal utility, the marginal utility of X can increase. How do we increase the marginal utility of X? When you consume less. Well, the law says that when you consume more of commodity X, the marginal utility what? Falls. Then it means that if I consume less of this, the marginal utility of what? Alright, so it's logic. So if I want to increase the marginal utility of X, I have to consume what? have to consume what? Less. Right? So if I want to increase marginal utility of X, I have to consume what? Less. What does it mean? It means that S to restore, so which means that when price of X increase, in order to restore the equilibrium, marginal utility of X has to also increase. How will the marginal utility of X increase? The marginal utility of X can increase by consuming less of commodity X. Means that when the price of X increase, the quantity demanded of X also what? The quantity demanded, when price of X increase, the quantity demanded of commodity X decrease. And that's the law of demand. So it confirms this. This confirms the law of demand that this confirms the law of demand. This confirms the law of demand that this confirms the law of demand that when this confirms the law of demand that when price of commodity this confirms the law of demand that when the price of commodity X increases, full stop, the quantity demanded, the quantity demanded of the quantity demand of commodity, the quantity demanded of commodity X decrease. All other things, all other things being equal. So let's look at it. This confirms the law of demand that when the price of X increase, this confirms the law of demand that when the price of X, this confirms the law of demand that when the price of X increases, the quantity demand of X decreases, all things being equal. Right? So let's go over it again. Let's go over it again. We are looking at two commodity approach. The first one we did was a one commodity approach. That one we assume that the consumer was consuming only one commodity. But in the real world, consumers consume more than one commodity. So now let's assume that the consumer is consuming two commodities. So the consumer consuming two commodities will be at the equilibrium when the price of commodity X, the marginal utility of commodity X, divided by the price of X is equal to the marginal utility of Y divided by the price of Y. Right? When the price of X divided by when the marginal utility of X divided by the price of X is equal to the marginal utility of Y divided by the price of Y. Why? It means that my satisfaction I get from X, the ratio, the satisfaction I get from X, when you compare it to the price, that's the marginal utility to price ratio for X should be equal to the marginal utility of Y to price ratio, right? That means that you are at equilibrium. That means the satisfaction you gain from buying X is equal to the satisfaction you gain from buying Y. So the two commodities, you are at equilibrium consuming the two. So that's the equilibrium condition. Let's assume the price of X increases. You can also assume Y increases. It's the same thing. Let's assume that only one is increasing. It's only the price of X that's increasing. Right? But I can say that, okay, we're assuming that it's only the price of Y that's increasing. Fine. So if the price of X increases, what does it mean? This one will increase when the numerator is constant. When a denominator increases and the numerator is constant, the fraction decreases. So this means that there is a disequilibrium. So you know that this one becomes less than this side because this one has gone up and the top one is still the same numerator. So it will make the fraction reduce. So that the MUX divided by the price of X is less than MUY divided by the price of Y. This means that there is consumer disequilibrium. This is because the marginal utility of the price of X That is because the marginal utility of X divided by the price of X this means that the marginal utility of X this means that the marginal utility of X these are the marginal utility of X divided by the price of X is less than the marginal utility of Y divided by the price of Y. Hence, equilibrium needs to be restored. The equilibrium has been distorted. We need to restore it. The way equilibrium can be restored by increasing marginal utility of X. If prices have gone up and that's causing the problem, then the marginal utility of X also has to go up. If price increased by 5 and it's causing this equilibrium, marginal utility also has to increase by 5. So then it goes away. So the equilibrium can be restored by increasing the marginal utility of X. According to the law of diminishing marginal utility, the marginal utility of X can increase by consuming less. When the law says that when you consume more, the marginal utility falls. That means on the other side, when you consume less, the marginal utility will rise. So what do we have here? When the price of X increases, marginal utility of X also has to increase. It can only increase by consuming less. So that when price, it means that what's the law? The law says that when the price increases, the quantity demanded falls. So it just confirms the law of demand that when the price of X increases, the quantity demanded of commodity X, the quantity demanded of commodity X decreases, all things being equal. Right? So we have proved with the two commodity approach that it still confirms the law of demand. That means we can derive the law of demand from the utility theory. Right? Let's look at, assuming the price of the commodity decreases. Let's take the other side. The price of commodity X, when you are explaining it in an exam, you have to explain both sides, right? The price of commodity X decreases. If the price of this one decreases, with a constant numerator, it will make this side bigger than this side, right? If I have a value like 10 divided by 4, I'll get what? 2.5. If I get 10 divided by 2, I reduce it from 4, you get what? 5. Right? So as the numerator is reducing, as the denominator is reducing with a constant numerator, the fraction you get becomes higher. When I divided 10 by 4, I got 2.5. When I divided 10 by 2, I got 5. Because this one reduced from 4 to 2. So what I'm saying is very simple. If that is a narrative, then this time around, this one will be greater than that. This means that there is a consumer disequilibrium. This is because the MUX is greater than I mean, this is because the MUX over price is greater than MU over that. Hence, equilibrium needs to be restored. That means the marginal utility of X divided by price is greater than the marginal utility of Y divided by price. Hence, equilibrium needs to be restored. This equilibrium can be restored by, how do we restore the equilibrium? If the price of X have decreased and it's causing that, then we can restore it by also decreasing the marginal utility. Right? If the price of X decrease, because the price of X decrease, because if the price of X decrease, right? Then if you want to get the thing right back, then the marginal utility of X also has to decrease. So if the price decrease here, there was a price decrease, that caused the problem, then the marginal utility also has to decrease to make the problem solve, right? So then the marginal utility, the equilibrium can be restored by reducing marginal utility of X. According to the law of diminishing marginal utility, the marginal utility of X can decrease by consuming more. According to the law of diminishing marginal utility, the marginal utility of commodity X can decrease by consuming what? More. Okay? It can only decrease by consuming more. So it means that when the price decreases, marginal utility also has to what? Decrease. Marginal utility can decrease by consuming more. So that when price decrease, when commodity X decrease, quantity demanded increase. That's the law. So it means that this confirms the law of demand that when the price of commodity X decreases, the quantity demand of commodity X increases. All things being equal, right? So confirm the law that when the price of commodity X, the price decreases, the quantity demanded of commodity X also has to increase. All other things being equal. So here, what were you saying? Let me just run through a minute and we move away from this issue. Then we are done with the cardinalists. We're going to the ordinalists. I told you that there are two schools of thought: the cardinalists, the cardinalists, and the ordinalists. So I think the last thing we are talking about the cardinalists. Then we leave for the ordinalists. Let me run through again. We said that when the consumer is consuming two commodities, he's at the equilibrium when the price of X divided by the marginal utility of X, the marginal utility. When the marginal utility of X divided by the price of X is equal to the marginal utility of Y divided by the price of Y. Meaning that the ratio of its marginal utility to price respect to X should be equal to that of the ratio of the marginal utility of X respect to price. That means the last price he paid for X, the marginal utility, should be equal to the last price he paid for Y, the marginal utility. So that means the two commodities give him a good equilibrium, right? So that the last price he paid for X, the marginal utility derived, the last price he paid for Y, the marginal utility derived to be equal. So that you know that you have maximized satisfaction. So if the price of X decreases, as we said, if this one decreases here, with a constant numerator, it will make the left hand side greater than the right hand side. And I illustrated to you. Right? If you have 10 divided by 4, you're going to get 2.5. If you maintain the 10 and divide it by 2, you're going to get what? 5. So if the denominator decreases, with the numerator being the same, the number you get increases. So let's see what we have here. What this one means that the marginal utility of X divided by the price of X will be higher than the marginal utility of Y divided by the price of Y. This means that there is consumer disequilibrium. This is because the marginal utility of X over price of X is greater than the marginal utility of Y divided by Y. Hence, equilibrium needs to be restored. We have to do what? Restore the equilibrium. The equilibrium can be restored by what? decreasing the marginal utility of commodity what? X. Why? If the price of X decrease, and because of that it caused the problem, then we have to also reduce marginal utility so that the problem gets solved. If this one decrease, it caused the problem, that's bringing the equilibrium. What do? We have to make sure that this also decreases so that it solves the problem. The problem will be solved, and that will be okay. So, according to the law, according to the law of diminishing marginal utility, commodity X can decrease by consuming more. The law says that to consume more, the marginal utility decrease. You want the marginal utility of commodity X to decrease. How will it decrease? Unless we consume more. So that when the price of X decreases, marginal utility also of X has to decrease to restore the equilibrium. It can decrease by consuming more of commodity X. Meaning that when the price falls, quantity demand of commodity X increases. This confirms the law of diminishing marginal. This confirms the law of demand that when the price of commodity X decreases, the quantity demand of commodity X increases. All things being equal. So we are done with the first school of thought. That's the cardinalist. We are now going to the ordinalist. Let's go. So we are done with the first school of thought. The second school of thought, we look at the cardinalist utility analysis, or what I call indifference curve analysis. What is it about? This approach was first introduced by Slavsky, who is a Russian economist, in 1915. Later, it was developed by J.R. Hicks and R.G. Allen in the year 1928. They rejected the view that utility can be measured in absolute values. Instead, they were of the view that one can know the commodity that gives the consumer a higher satisfaction by knowing the consumer's preference. For example, if the consumer prefers commodity A over commodity B, that means commodity A gives the consumer higher satisfaction utility than B. So according to the ordinalist or the indifference analyst, they didn't subscribe to the idea that when you consume a product, your utility can be measured. That's very, very absurd, right? How do you measure that? And it will be a very subjective issue. So they rejected that idea that somebody's utility can be measured. Instead, they said that if you know the commodity the consumer prefers, if I prefer commodity A over B, it means that commodity A gives me a higher satisfaction than commodity B. That's very simple. I think it's very logical. If you have two commodities and you prefer 1 over 1, then that means that one gives you a more satisfaction than another one. That's all. There's no need to measure utility in Utah. That was their school of thought. It was first introduced by the Russian economist Slavsky, and later by R.G. Hicks, and all those people, Alan, were very good pioneers of the idea. So the idea is very simple. It's very difficult to measure somebody's utility when you consume a product. But you can know the commodity that gives the consumer higher satisfaction by knowing the consumer's preference. If you prefer this over this, then that means that consumer product gives him more satisfaction than another one. That's the logic. So they spoke about what they call indifference curve. They spoke about what they call budget line. So we're going to talk about indifference curve and budget line, and we also talk about when they say the producer is at equilibrium. So let's see. This is a curve that shows several combinations of two commodities that give the consumer the same level of satisfaction. So what does the curve tell us? It tells us the satisfaction the consumer gets when assuming he's consuming two commodity X and Y. He does several combinations and he has to get the same level of satisfaction. Maybe when he goes to school, the father gives her 20 cedis every day, and she does different combinations. Yes, so he gets the same level of satisfaction. Let's get what we have here. We have a consumer called Linda. Linda, on day 1, look at his bundle. Linda spent 5. The father gives Linda 10 cedis every day to spend. He spends 5 cedis on gari and beans, and 5 cedis on fried plantain. And she was satisfied. Let's assume that you got a utility of 15, right? Okay, let's take away the utility. Okay, let's take away the total utility because they don't believe in total utility. So let's say, and she was satisfied, right? When Linda bought, so the father gives him 10 cedis every day. Day 1, when he went to buy 5 cedis of gari and beans and 5 cedis of fried plantain, and she was satisfied. Day 2, she decided to buy 6 cedis of gari and beans and 4 cedis of fried plantain, and he was satisfied too. Day 3, she bought 7 series of Gary and beans and 3 series of fried plantain, and she was satisfied. What do you see? Several combinations of the commodity, just to give her the same level of satisfaction. So the consumer is indifferent. It comes from the word indifference, comes from the English word indifferent. So the consumer doesn't know which one to choose. Each one is good for her. Whether you use bundle A, bundle B, bundle C, it gives her the same level of satisfaction. So the indifference curve is a curve that shows several combinations of 2 commodities that gives the consumer the same level of satisfaction. As we have seen from this cylinder, please. So the indifference curve is just telling us you have several combinations, it gives you the same satisfaction. So you are indifferent, you don't know which one to choose. Each one you choose is okay for you. Each whatever you choose. I think if you talk to Linda, whether Linda chooses A, B, C, he doesn't care. He doesn't care because anyone gives her the same level of satisfaction. And therefore she's indifferent. So if you want to, this is a curve for the indifference curve. We have the, let's say, Y. We have the X axis. And we have the indifference curve slowing downwards. So it slows downwards, right? By its convex to the origin. That was what we consider later. So one of the things we see that, of course, the indifference curve is a several combination the consumer can do, just so the consumer get the same level of satisfaction. And therefore the indifference curve slopes downwards. We want to talk about more features about the indifference curve. So you want to look at what are the properties of the indifference curve, right? What are the properties of the indifference curve? One, it's negatively or downward sloping. You saw the shape, it slopes downward, right? It slopes downward as you saw it. When the consumer, why is it so? When the consumer wants to consume, when the consumer wants to consume more, when the consumer wants to consume more, when the consumer wants to consume more of one of commodity X, he or she has reduced her consumption of commodity Y, right? That's why it's trade. If I want to consume more, I told you about the example I was giving in Linda's scenario. If your father gives you 10 cedis, and you every day you want to spend on Gary and beans, if you spend more on Gary and beans, you cannot buy fried plantain. When the father gives you money, you decide you are spending some on Gary and beans, some on fried plantain, right? If you spend more on Gary and beans, you spend less on fried plantain. If you spend more on fried plantain, you spend less on Gary and beans. So there's the trade-off, right? So always have to decide which one that gives a negative slope. 2 very dense. You can have series of indifference curves on an X and Y plane. Having series of indifference curve is called indifference map, right? You can have series of indifference curve, right? Like we have here. We have indifference curve 1, indifference curve 2, indifference curve 3, and 4. Series of them. So when you have series of them, you can have even 1 million of them, right? When you have that, we call it indifference map. The higher the indifference curve, the higher the level of satisfaction or utility. If I'm here, I have a higher utility than somebody who's here. This person here has a higher utility than the person here. And this one has like that. So the higher you go, your utility increases on the indifference map. 3, indifference curve they do not cross each other. Indifference curves do not cross each other. You can have numerous indifference curves on X and Y plane, right? As we can have numerous of these ones as we have here. But they should not cross each other because it will be difficult to identify which indifference curve gives a higher satisfaction. Again, it defeats the principle of consistency and transitivity. Let's look at something. We can have series of indifference curves as we have here. So we can have 1 million of them. That's fine. But the caveat is that they should not cross. Why they should not cross? Let's look at this illustration. Let's do this illustration. What do you see between the two curves? Here we have indifference curve 1, indifference curve 2. Here we have indifference curve 1, indifference curve 2. What is happening here? Here the indifference curve are not crossing. So you can easily say that indifference curve 2 gives you a higher satisfaction than indifference curve 1. Very easy. You don't need anybody to tell you. But let's see where they are crossing. At this side, indifference curve 1 is higher than indifference curve 2. When you go down here, indifference curve 2 is higher than indifference curve 1. That's inconsistency. Here, indifference curve 1 is higher than indifference curve 2. But if you go where they cross, below it, indifference curve 2 is higher than indifference 1. That's inconsistency, right? You cannot even tell precisely which one is higher than which one. And it defeats the law of consistency and transitivity. For instance, if A and B are on indifference curve 1 line. They are A and B, they lie on the same indifference curve. Let's take C and D. C and D also lies on the same indifference curve. Right? A and B lies in indifference curve 1. C and D lies in indifference curve 2. Let's look at something. A is higher than C. A is higher than C at this point. Right? A is higher than C at this point. When you go down here, D is higher than B. But it doesn't make sense. If A is higher than C, and A and B are on the same indifference curve, then B should be higher than D. But there's inconsistency. It's like you're saying that your grandmother is older than your mother, and your mother is older than you. You cannot say that you're older than your grandmother. No, it's inconsistency. If your grandmother is older than your mother, and your mother is older than you, then your grandmother is older than you. You can't say that then you're older than your grandmother. No. If your mother is very older than your grandmother, your mother is older than you, then your grandmother is older than you. It's consistency and transitivity. You can't say you're older than your grandmother. No, it's illogical. That's what he's saying. They are all on the A and B are on the same plane. Here you see A is higher than C. C and D are on the same plane. When you go, you say D is higher than C. Why? Why is this problem coming? It's coming because the lines are crossing, right? So in the first case, wherever you draw it, whether you'll be doing these things in the university again, wherever you find yourself, never commit that suicide of making them cross. It's very, very scandalous. So it should not cross wherever you find yourself. If you cross, you're creating a very big problem for the analysis, which cannot be surmounted, right? The fourth, you have looked at the properties. You have looked at one. The first property is negative slope. 2, very dense. 4, do not cross. And 10, it do not cross. 4 is convex to the origin. Let's look at the shape of the indifference curve. You can have the x here, y here. They are just x and y are commodities, right? X and y are commodities. This is the shape of the indifference curve. What do you see? It's convex to the origin. Any point on the indifference curve gives the consumer the same satisfaction. If you are here, I'm here, you are here. Any point, once you're on the same indifference curve, it gives you the same level of satisfaction. But what do you see at the curve? The curve is convex. Look at the way it is. It's convex to where? The origin. This is the origin. O. It's bowed towards the origin. And I've told you that in economics, every curve you draw, you should get a reason why the curve behaves like that. Why is the curve convex to the origin? It is convex to the origin due to diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Why is it convex to the origin? It is convex to the origin due to what? Diminishing marginal rate of substitution. The marginal rate of substitution, once the MRS is diminishing. Because it's diminishing, that's why the curve is convex to the origin. Somebody will ask, What is the marginal rate of substitution you're talking about? What does it mean? Marginal rate of substitution, the MRS. What does it mean? It measures the rate at which the consumer is willing to sacrifice one commodity for another commodity. Sacrifice one commodity, for example, X, another commodity Y, and still remains on the same indifference scale. So let's get something. If I'm here, let's call this A and B. Let's get something. If let's get B. When I was at B, I was producing 40, right? I was consuming 40. And I'm consuming 40 of X. These are commodities. I was consuming 40 of X and 12 of Y, right? If I move to A, what do I have? Now I'm consuming 28 of A and 28 of X. I'm consuming what? 28 of what? X, commodity X, this commodity. And I'm consuming 29 of what? Y. What I've sacrificed an amount of X so that I'll consume more of what? Y. And yes, so I remain on the same indifference scale. I move from B to A, I'm still on the indifference scale. So it just tells us the rate at which the consumer is willing to sacrifice one commodity for another commodity and still remains on the same indifference scale. You are sacrificing one doesn't mean you are not working. You are sacrificing something for something. Maybe it might be your business. You're sacrificing this raw material for this job, right? Or something else. It can be your private life, everyday life decisions, right? So that's the meaning of the marginal rate of substitution. So basically, the marginal rate of substitution is the slope of the indifference scale. Why? If I am here and I move to A, I've experienced a rate of change, right? Because any rate of change, I've experienced a rate of change. Any rate of change on the indifference scale can be measured by what? The marginal rate of substitution. Because the marginal rate of substitution is a slope. So slope means a change in direction. If I'm standing here and I move here, what has happened? There'll be a change in my direction. Any change in direction is called MRS. So MRS is a slope from B to A to B. There'll be a rate of change, right? That rate of change is called the MRS, which is the slope of the indifference scale. What is a slope? A slope represents a rate of change. So if I was at A, I move to B, there'll be a rate of change, and that's the slope, right? That's the slope. So the MRS is the slope of the indifference scale. Let's get something. Let's look at something. Let's see the diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Let's see how it's diminishing. We know that the curve is convex origin because of the diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Let's illustrate how we can find out how the marginal rate of substitution works, right? Let's demonstrate where we see the rate of marginal distribution, the rate of substitution reducing over the period. We want to see diminishing marginal rate of substitution to confirm, because it's convex origin due to diminishing marginal rate of substitution. That's MR. So let's see. Let's take this as a illustration. Let's take this illustration. We have our indifference curve. We have this. We have A B, C, D, right? Let's get what we have here. We got what we have here. Let's say we have here, like that. We have here. We are using this diagram to explain what it means diminishing. We know that the marginal rate of substitution tells us how many goods is the consumer prepared to sacrifice for another commodity. How many goods is the consumer prepared to sacrifice for another commodity, and still remains on the same indifference curve. That's all that we know about MRS. But we said that indifference curve is convex origin due to diminishing marginal rate of substitution. So we want to find what is diminishing marginal rate of substitution, right? And we said the MRS is also the slope of the indifference curve, because whenever you're in indifference curve and you make any change, you move from one point to one point. It's a slope, it's a rate of change, and that rate of change is being done by private individual in some advanced countries. So let's see something. We have this indifference curve. We have this. We are using this to explain what we mean by diminishing marginal rate of substitution. We are using it to explain, but we said that the indifference curve is convex to the origin due to diminishing marginal rate of substitution. What is the diminishing? We know the MRS. The MRS tells us how much you sacrifice for another commodity and still remains on the same difference curve. And the MRS is just the slope of the indifference curve. But what is diminishing marginal rate of substitution? Let's see. When we say the MRS is diminishing, what does it mean? Let's take this. We have this. Let's see what they have at 4. Let's see at bundle A. At bundle A, the consumer was buying 14 of commodity X and 14 of what? Commodity Y. Y. At B, what is B? This is bundle A, move to bundle B. At B, what do you have? We have 28. He's now buying 28 of X, and now he's buying more of Y, which is about 26. What has the consumer done? The consumer have sacrificed 12 units of X, so that they will use, the consumer have sacrificed 12 units of X so that that money would be used to produce, that money will be used to spend on Y. Right? So you have moved from A to B. That's the change, the rate of change. And that's the MRS. So let's see, what is the MRS the guy have incurred? When he moved from A to B, he was consuming 40, came 28, so you have lost 12. He sacrificed what? 12 of X so that he can buy more of Y. So how much did he sacrifice? From A to B, he sacrificed 12. That's the MRS. What is the MRS? The MRS tells you, measures the rate at which the consumer is willing to sacrifice one commodity for another commodity and still remains on the same indifference curve. He sacrificed some amount of X for Y, so he moved from bundle A to B. He is on the same indifference curve. Right? He's on the same indifference curve, and therefore, and then all privileges and everything needs to be reserved. What about C? C, he's buying 21 of X and 37 of Y. What have happened? Let me say 30, 33, let's say 39, okay? So let's see what happened. You have sacrificed how many? 7 of his consumption of X to increase the consumption of Y. So you have moved from B to C. Moving from B to C. What is the MRS? From B to C, the MRS is what? 7 liters. Right? What about D? D is consuming what? 19 of commodity X and what? 42 of commodity Y. Right. What is he doing? He have sacrificed how many? 3 units of X to consume more of what? Y. And still remains on the same indifference scale. He moved from A to B to C to D. He remains on the same indifference scale, meaning that no matter how he combines his consumption of X and B, you get the same level of satisfaction. That's what he's saying. The way, no matter how you combine how you eat for the day and how you combine your things, they can tell you that if they can get a child who is not that too much expensive to take care of, they can do that because they will not spend more on that. So here too, you look at the trade-off. What is the trade-off? I've seen that if I reduce my consumption of X and save it to maybe consumption of Y, maybe it might be very beneficial to me. Right? You can look at it from that very broad angle. Right? To see how you rationalize those things. From C to D, the MRS is what? 3. He sacrificed only 3. From A to B, MRS was 12. That means MRS tells us how much you sacrifice for another commodity and still remains on the same indifference scale. So we are still sacrificing 12 to that. We are still on the same indifference scale. When we move from B to C, we are also still sacrificed 7 units of the labor, right? So that they send him 7. And so they have 7. So 7 of X was sacrificed by the consumer, and that money was used to increase the consumption of X, right? Again, to the MRS is what? 7. What about 300? So we look at what about? So you see, at D, we have 19 of that and 42 of that. So you see that the MRS was 40. He reduced it to 12. He got 12. From 28 to 29, he got 7. And from 21 to 23, he had 1. Right? He had 1. So it means that the consumption, the MRS, have reduced from 12. Initially, sacrificed 12. Now, from A to B, sacrificed 12. From B to C, sacrificed only 7. And from C to D, he sacrificed only 3. What does it mean? The marginal rate of substitution is decreasing. He sacrificed 12. He sacrificed 12. Now he sacrificed 7. Now he sacrificed 3. So that it's diminishing over the period. Because the MRS is diminishing, that's why the curve is convex to the origin. It's diminishing. You see the MRS is diminishing? If it's constant, the MRS is constant. Maybe 12, 12, 12 to us. The line would have been a straight line. It would not be as curved like this. The indifference curve would have been a straight line. If the MRS was increasing, it was not reducing either, it would have made the shape concave. Maybe from 12, it moves to 17. From 17, it moves to 30. That means increasing over the period. And that will put you in a very serious situation. So you have seen the 4 features, and therefore mathematically, if you want to express the form, the MRS for XY, that's sacrificing the MRS for XY. That's MRS for XY. XY means you are sacrificing some Y for X. And that mathematically is written as negative it means that marginal utility of x divided by y. Y is sacrificing y for x. And therefore the marginal utility of x over y. And you have negative sign. Telling you, the negative sign is giving you memories of what the things that have. It's a negative sign that shows you that I told you that the indifference curve is downward sloping. The indifference curve is downward sloping or negatively sloped. Because if you want to consume more of one commodity, you have to use the other one. Because of that, the MRS is always negative. Because of that thing I told you earlier. So always is negative because whenever you want to consume more, there's a negative relationship. If you want to consume more of one commodity, you have to sacrifice another one. So always there's a negative relationship. So the MRTS is negative MUX over MPY. The MRS XN, what is the? That means you're sacrificing some amount of X for Y for you to maybe have fun or sacrifice your money or something else. Or your tithe. So what do you have? Then the marginal utility of Y should be equal to the marginal utility of X. Right? The marginal utility of Y should be divided by the marginal utility of X, and that will be negative. So we have seen that. Let me wrap up on this. On the indifference curve, we said that the indifference curve is convex to the origin due to diminishing marginal rate of substitution. And what is the marginal rate of substitution? It measures the rate at which the consumer is willing to sacrifice one commodity for another commodity, example, and still remains on the same indifference curve. And therefore, how much will I sacrifice for another one? And we saw from here that from A to B, sacrifice 12, from B to C, sacrifice 7, and from C to D, sacrifice 3, right? Which means that sacrifice 3. What does it mean? It means that the MRTS, at any point, it shows us how much of X is he prepared to sacrifice for Y. It can be vice versa. It can be Y sacrificing Y for X, and still remains on the indifference curve, right? So the MRTS tells us the rate at which the consumer is willing to sacrifice one commodity for another commodity and still remains on the same indifference curve. So it's the slope of the indifference curve. What is the slope? It's the rate of change. This is the indifference curve. If I move from A to B, there will be a rate of change. If there will be a rate of change, that rate of change is the MRS. What does the slope, what does be a rate of change? The rate of change is basically that we have moved from one point to another point on the MI of what? The marginal rate of substitution, right? So it's not anything strange. So by a simple word, what is MRS? MRS is the slope of the indifference curve. It measures the rate of change that occurs on the indifference curve. If I move from A to B, what is the change? D to C, what is the rate of change? And so you can calculate those things. And this is done by I think a couple of people. I think we are not so much focused on these things. I'm giving you some of the things you need. We move on. So we have that. If I'm sacrificing MRTS XY, means I'm sacrificing Y for X. Well, again, they're going to get MUX over MUY negative. If I have MUR XY, YX, it means that I'm sacrificing X for Y, which is equal to marginal utility of Y divided by marginal utility of X. You see how it works. So we are able to explain and use this diagram to show you when can we say that the firm is experiencing diminishing marginal utility. And we see that from A, the consumer consumes X, 14 of the X, and 14 of Y commodity Y. And therefore the consumer from A to B, the consumer now reduces consumption on X to 28 and used to buy more of Y. Okay? So it means that there's a change, the rate of change there. The rate of change that we want to see how it can be helped. When we move from C to D, from B to C, when we move from B to C, what happened? We're consuming 28, now you reduce it to what? 21. So therefore, what will be utility sacrifice? 7 utility. Okay? What about the three utilities, you see that from C to D, you sacrifice 3. From C to D, you're sacrificing 3, and the rest, you're sacrificing 3. You're sacrificing the 3 of X to buy more of Y, and you have that curve. So I'm able to explain to you the properties of the indifference curve, the properties of the indifference curve, negative slope or downward sloping. We also spoke about why it should not cross, why it's very dense. We also spoken about the issue of the converse to the origin, what it means in the implication. So we spoke about the indifference curve. We want to talk about another curve called a budget line or budget constraint. Let's see what they have. It's called a budget line or budget constraint. It's a curve that shows the amount of 2 commodities the consumer can buy. It shows the amount of 2 commodities, the consumer can buy given the prices of the commodities and their income level. So what does it mean? It tells you it's a budget line or budget constraint. It tells you the amount of 2 commodities the consumer can buy. Let's say commodity X and Y. How many of X and Y can you buy? Based on what? Based on your income and to the price of these commodities. So if I know my income, I know the price of X, the price of Y, how many can I buy? Right? Very simple. So there's a difference between the budget line and the indifference curve. The indifference curve is just telling us our level of satisfaction when you consume. The budget line is more of telling us our expenditure. How much can we spend to attain some level of satisfaction? Right? So there's a very thin line, a very sharp difference between the indifference curve and the budget line. The indifference curve is telling us our level of satisfaction when you consume, when you combine products. The budget line is telling us it's a budget. That's why it says a budget. It's telling us our expenditure. How much can we spend if you take your income? How much can you spend to get your satisfaction? So let's look at something. Let's use this. M is the consumer's income. Px is the price of X. And X is the quantity of X. Means that the price of X, if you know the price of X, and the quantity of X you can buy, tells you your expenditure on X. If I know that the price of X is 2, I can buy 100. That means 100 times 2, 200. That's my expenditure on X. That. What about the Y? The price is the price of Y times the quantity of Y. If the price of Y is 2 cedis, and I'm able to buy 600, that means I'm able to buy 400. That means my expenditure is what? 800. So that means Py times Y, these are subscripts, right? They are subscripts. They are not. They are subscripts, right? So the price of X times the quantity of X I'll buy tells me my expenditure on X. The price of Y and the quantity I'll buy tells my expenditure on X. And it should be equal to your income. Here, you call it budget constraint, your constraints. Constraint means that you cannot spend beyond your income. Either you spend less or equal. So you have been limited. There's an assumption. We are assuming that you're giving, let's get some assumption. We are assuming that, this assumption. Income, consumer's income is fixed. Consumer's income is fixed, and the prices of the commodities are also fixed. This is an assumption. We are assuming that we are assuming that your income is the same, right? We are assuming that the price of commodities are fixed, right? It's an assumption. So that the consumer cannot spend beyond his income. Right? So we are assuming that the price is not, we are assuming that the consumer's income No, the assumption is that the consumer cannot. No, the assumption is that. Assumption, the consumer. Sorry for the last. The consumer cannot. The consumer cannot spend beyond. Cannot spend beyond. Their income. The consumer cannot spend beyond its income. That's the assumption. Therefore, the consumer's expenditure on X and Y should be equal to. Therefore, the consumer's expenditure on X, Y, that should be equal to the level of what? Income, right? So the budget line is a this. What is the budget line? This is the line. What is the budget? What is the curve? This is called budget line or budget this is the budget line or budget constraint, right? So we have the Y and X, and this is the budget constraint on the budget line. So the consumers are supposed to operate within. This is the budget zone. You cannot go beyond it. So let's get what is the slope of the line. So the assumption, the only assumption is that we are assuming that the consumer does not borrow. The consumer should spend within their income. You cannot spend beyond the income. That's the assumption. Let's get the slope. When we are doing the indifference curve, we got to know the slope of the indifference curve. In the same narrative, we have to get to know the slope of the budget line or budget constraint for another set of analysis. So let's get what's the slope. Let's derive the slope. Let's get the slope for the slope of the budget line. Slope of the budget line or budget constraint. First, let's start from here. The price of M is called the price of X times Y. The price of Y equal to that. Now let's assume that X, the price of X is 0. Assume the price of X is 0. Meaning that if the price of X is 0, that means the consumer spent all his income on Y. You want to find the slope, so you have to get the streams. The streams where the consumer spent all his income on X, or where the consumer spent all his income on Y. So if the price of X is equal to 0, this is what it's going to be. Going to be M is equal to 0x plus PYY. 0 times this gives you 0, so it goes away. What do we have? We have PYY. Make Y a subject. What do we have? It's called Py by Y. So what do we have? We want to make Y the subject. Divide this side by Y. Py here, B by Y. Get rid of that. So we have Y is equal to M over Py. Right? So if you want to derive the slope, this is the budget constraint, right? Let's assume that the Px is equal to 0, meaning that if the Px is equal to 0, we are assuming that we are assuming to the stream that the consumer doesn't spend on X. He spends all his income on Y. That's an assumption, right? We want to derive the stream ends of the curve. And for the stream end, if we have this curve like this, the extreme ends. This y, x. The extreme ends here, we have y, but x is 0. When you come here, we have x is a value, but y is 0. So you are getting the extremes. You're assuming that this one is 0, then you work for the other one. Assuming that this one is 0, work for another, and after that you can derive the slope very well, right? It's a mathematical way of doing that. I just want to show you how we got that. So we have that. So we have y is equal to m over py. Let's also do for where we assume that the py is equal to 0. Let's assume. When py is equal to 0, what do you have? You're going to have m is equal to ps plus s plus 0y. What do you have? You have m equal to p s s, and this one gives you 0. Make x the subject. Make s the subject. Make s the subject. So what do you have? Divide this side. What do you have? X is equal to m divided by what? Px. So what do we have? We have x is also equal to m divided by px, right? So the slope, to get the slope, so the slope should be equal to y divided by x. Well, you know the y and x axis. Y and x. Y divided by x. What is y divided by x? Let's see. So let's see. Slope. In order to get a slope, it's going to be y divided by what? X. Sorry. Which is equal to y divided by x. Y was m divided by px, and the x was m divided by qy, right? So we have the y divided by x. This one was py, this one was what? Px. We're going to have something like m is equal to m over py divided by m divided by px. So you can open it up as m divided by py divided m divided by y is equal to m divided by px. What do? We have to m divided by px. If you do the reciprocal, you know in mathematics reciprocal, it goes up, it becomes px divided by m. So m cancel that, and you have what? Px over y. And you add your negative. Y negative. The slope should be negative because slope of the bias line the slope of the bias line is negative because the bias line is negatively sloped. Look at this. The bias line is negatively sloped. Why is it negatively sloped? If you spend, the budget line tells us about expenditure on X and Y. If you spend more on Y, you spend, you have more money to spend on X, less money to spend on X. If you spend more on X, you have less money to spend on Y, so it's negatively sloped. If I spend more on Y, I'll have less money to spend on X. If I spend more on X, have more money to spend on Y. So we have seen also the slope of the budget line. So the budget line, you are able to show you the slope of the budget line. And so what I was trying to tell you that, let's see what is the difference between the budget line and the indifference scale. One student told me some time ago that, I don't see any difference between the indifference scale and the budget line. They're almost the same. Some couple of about 6 years ago. But there's a difference between the two. One, I've said that the indifference scale is telling us the level of satisfaction when you combine commodities. What about the budget line? The budget line or the budget constraint is telling us your expenditure on commodity X and Y, right? What is your expenditure on commodity X and Y? If you decide to buy X and Y, if you know their price and the income level. So the budget line is just telling you your expenditure you spend on X and Y before you get a satisfaction. So budget line or budget constraint is more focused on the consumer's expenditure. But any first is telling you your level of satisfaction you gain when you combine products. So there's a very sharp difference that you should not be oblivious about. We want to talk about one more thing. We have other curves to draw. This time around, there will be curves. We're going to draw. We're going to find out, make all these things. Let's say the consumer equilibrium, right? We're going to find out at which point can you say that the consumer is at equilibrium? Well, according to the ordinal list. Don't forget, all these analyses are the ordinal list. Under the cardinal list, we've got to know when the consumer is at equilibrium. We use the one commodity approach and the two commodity approach. That was the cardinal list. Now we are now moved to the ordinal list. We have learned about indifference curve and budget line. How can the idea of the indifference curve and budget line help us to understand when the consumer is at equilibrium? So you're going to use the knowledge on the indifference curve, knowledge on the budget line to determine when the producer is at equilibrium according to the ordinal list. Let's see what they have. Maybe when we finish, can you say that the answer is the same? You see whether you can compare the answer of the cardinal list, whether it's the same or it's not the same. Let's see what we have. Say the consumer equilibrium. Consumer so we see the consumer equilibrium. So the consumer equilibrium. The consumer is at equilibrium. The consumer is at the consumer is at equilibrium when the indifference curve is tangential to the budget the consumer as equilibrium when the indifference curve is tangential to the budget line or budget constraint. Barrier line or barrier constraint. So the consumer, see, first point, consumer is at equilibrium. Consumer is at equilibrium when the indifference curve is tangential to the barrier line, or the barrier constraint. Let's see. Let's see when they are. So you see, this is the barrier line. This is the barrier line. Okay. So this is the barrier line. This is the indifference curve. Right? See that, where do they touch? They touch at point, there's a point A. The consumer is at equilibrium when the indifference curve is tangential to what? The barrier line. When something is tangential, where two things meet. Where does the indifference curve meet the barrier line? It meets the barrier line at what? This point. So when they meet, the consumer is at equilibrium. So the consumer is at equilibrium when the barrier line is tangential to the barrier line is tangential to the barrier. The consumer is at equilibrium when the indifference curve is tangential to the barrier line or barrier constraint. Meaning that when the indifference curve meets the barrier line, at that point the consumer is at equilibrium. Let's see another thing. Where the indifference curve is tangential where the indifference curve is tangential to the barrier line, please stop. The slope where they are tangential to the barrier line, let me bring it here. Where the indifference curve is tangential to the barrier line, what is happening there? When the indifference curve is tangential to the barrier line, what is happening? The slope of the indifference curve is equal to the slope of the so where the indifference curve is tangential to the barrier line, what is happening there? The slope of the indifference curve is equal to the slope of the barrier line. Where they meet, yes, we know that the equilibrium will be where the two curves meet. Where they meet, what is happening over there? When a man and a woman go and sleep on a bed and they meet, they have sexual intercourse. Okay. What happens? What happens? What happens is that the man sends semen to the woman's what? The womb. Right? And that can bring a baby. Where a river joins the sea, they call it the estuary. What happens? Where they meet, the river joins the sea. So where they meet here, what has happened? The slope of the indifference curve is equal to the slope of the barrier line. What's the slope of the indifference curve? The slope of the indifference curve is equal to the MRTSRK. Remember I told you the MRS, is equal to, it's equal to MRSY is equal to MUS that. What about the slope of the byline? The slope of the byline is the price of X over the price, the marginal utility of Y. The slope of the byline is equal to, now remember we derive it. So you can rewrite it as negative MUX over MUY minus negative PX over PY. What do you have? The negative cancels negative. What do you have? So the consumer equilibrium is called the marginal utility of X divided by the marginal utility of Y is equal to the price of X over the price of Y. So the consumer equilibrium, let's look at it. So we said where they meet, what happened? The slope of the indifference curve. What is the slope of the indifference curve? This is the slope of the indifference curve. The MRS. If you write MRS XY subscript, it means that you are sacrificing commodity. You are sacrificing commodity Y for commodity X. And that can be written as negative MUX over MUY. The MRS XY means that I'm giving up some amount of Y for X. And therefore, the mathematical, you can write that the marginal utility of X over marginal utility of Y. And it's negative because we told the inverse curve is negatively sloped. And also, you have the slope of the budget line. Remember, we just derived the slope of the budget line. But that's also negative. So when you cancel negative and negative, what do we have? We have MUX is equal to the price of X. MUY is equal to the price of Y. What does it mean? The price I buy of X should be equal to each marginal utility. And the price I buy of Y is equal to each marginal utility. Is it not the same as the cardinals were saying? It's the same thing. Remember, we do two commodity approach. The one commodity approach. Price should be equal to the price of X should be equal to the marginal utility of X. Doesn't matter which come here, which come here. Doesn't matter. The price can go here. This one can come here. Doesn't matter. What the matter is that we can write the thing as, I think maybe you are wondering, can we write the thing as something like this? Px over Py is equal to MUX over MUY. It doesn't say anything. It's the same thing. Either this one comes here, this one goes there, or this one goes here. It doesn't say anything because equal sign is commutative. So let's see what we have. So we have MUX is equal to bit of Y. MUY is equal to the price of Y. We have this. Right? That's what we have. So that's the consumer's equilibrium. The consumer is at the equilibrium when the price of X, what he buys, is equal to the marginal utility he gets. And the price of the price of Y is also equal to the marginal utility you get. So you can say that like something like this. The Px is equal to the price, the Py, right? So that is the same as what the cardinalist was saying. If a consumer wants to be at the equilibrium, the price should be equal to the marginal utility. And this one should be equal to that. It's the same thing. So they end up, even though they have different schools, so they ended up saying the same thing. Right? They approach the thing from different angles, but they end up saying the same thing. The same thing that the cardinalist said when the consumer is at the equilibrium. The price of X should be equal to the marginal utility of X. If it's two commodities, you just a matter of rearranging this function. MUX is equal to that, MUY is the same thing. That's the same thing that cardinalist was saying. So what does it mean? What this equation means is that if you take interpretation. Interpretation, you have MUX. Okay, let me bring interpretation here. Let's do the interpretation here. Let's say it means that MUX, the price of X, means that at equilibrium, at equilibrium, the consumer will, is that the consumer will only buy a product this means that the consumer will buy commodity S to be at equilibrium to be V means that it means that the consumer will buy from the X to be at equilibrium when at equilibrium when the price paid for the commodity is at least equal to its marginal utility. This means that, what does this mean? This means that the consumer will buy commodity X to be at equilibrium when the price paid for the commodity is at least equal to its marginal utility. So the same narrative holds for commodity Y. The same thing. So Px. So we have Px is equal to marginal utility of X is equal to Px. Marginal utility of X. There's equal sign. Marginal utility of X is equal to price of X. Marginal utility of Y is equal to that. So you can write that MUX is equal to that, MUX is equal to that. So that's how you're doing it. The marginal utility of X is equal to the price. Marginal utility of Y is equal to the price of QY. In the same way, it's the same analysis. It's almost the same thing. It's almost the same thing. So we have it's almost the same thing. It's almost the same thing. We buy the commodity. So let me see. We have Y is equal to QY. This means that the consumer buy We buy commodity Y. Be at equilibrium. Means that the consumer will buy commodity Y. This means that the consumer will buy commodity Y to be at equilibrium. Buy commodity Y to be at equilibrium. When price paid for commodity Y is at least equal to 8 marginal utility. This means that the consumer will buy commodity Y to be at equilibrium when the price paid for commodity Y is at least equal to 8 marginal utility. Right? If the price is higher than the marginal utility, you will not buy. That's not value for money. So these conditions, what does this tell us? If I'm buying a product, why will you buy our videos? You buy the video because you think that the satisfaction you gain is equal to its price. Why are you buying the video? You're buying the video because you think that, okay, I don't understand something in economics or mathematics. When I buy the video, I will understand, right? And that is something that pushes you to buy. Otherwise, it will not make sense to buy. So anytime you buy a product, you're buying the product because you think that the marginal utility you get there is proportional to the price you're paying. If anything is redundant, it will not make any sense to keep on buying. That's what this equation means. So you'll be able to understand. So it means that the consumer will buy commodity X to be at equilibrium when the price commodity X is at least equal to the marginal utility of X. And it means that the consumer will buy commodity X to be at equilibrium when the price of commodity X is at least that. So that's the meaning of the equilibrium. So in what it means that we have some curves to draw again. What it means that the cardinalists and the ordinalists, they came to agree, even though they used different approaches, the approach ended up agreeing indirectly. Their approach agreed indirectly. The approach came to agree indirectly the approach came to agree indirectly how the approach came to agree indirectly how this equilibrium is being attained. If you look at the example, the estimation we did for the one commodity approach, two commodity approach, and what we are seeing here, the indifference came in the budget line, we are seeing the consumer equilibrium being determined. I want to remind you that we have our 18 videos already online. The 18 videos, we have something like national income accounting, balance of payment, international trade, industrialization, we have agriculture, we have distributive trade, we have economic growth, foreign direct investment, economic integration, the IMF, the World Bank, African Development Bank. We have a lot of topics. We have done the analysis, we have done the estimations, we have done data response, we have done calculations. Go to our website, www.stevecombs.com. When you go there and subscribe, you sign up. You have all the 18 videos for you for free. When you sign up, you're going to pay affordable amount. At the affordable amount you pay, you have the right to access those things at any time you want. It's a one-time payment. If I subscribe and pay once, that's all. I can always go to the website and watch the things I paid for anytime, wherever. Whether you're investing, you're married, you are 60 years, whatever. You're going to have that to yourself for that period. And again, we have we have a pen drive. We have all these things on a pen drive too. The pen drive can be used on your laptop, can be used on your phone. So get these things also for yourself. When you're traveling, you can just store the laptop, use the laptop on your phone, your bag, and you'll be listening to the lecture. Don't waste time. Be very efficient and get that radical knowledge. I want us to talk about two important curves. right, are based on the budget line, the budget constraint. I want us to talk about three for now. I'm going to talk about one, what they call the income. The income. I want to talk about what they call the income. Income. Income, consumption, curve, ICC. Let's get the income consumption curve. Let's get something. First, let's look at this budget line. Let's get this budget line. Let's get this budget line. We have an initial budget line like this. Let's assume that our income was 100. X, we buy X. The price of X is 2. The price of Y is 3. And X, we're buying 20. And Y, we're buying 30. Right? Let me see whether it makes sense. I think it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Let's. I think it should sum up to. Can it sum out to? This 40 plus 90, 130. Let's say our income is 130, right? So let's see. When our income was 130, the price of X was 2, and we bought 20. The price of Y was 3, we bought 30. So let's see. These are units, right? The amount we buy. Unit consumed. Units consumed. The unit consumed, right? And you bought 20 of this and 30 of that, right? You bought 20, you bought Y, 30 of Y, and X 20. Okay? Let's assume that the income now increases to 260. But the prices of X is still the same. The price of Y is still the same. Then what does it mean? The income has doubled. First, we assume that the income was constant. Now, the income has doubled. The price of X and Y are the same. So what is it going to be? It's going to buy more of X. Maybe it's going to buy double of everything. Right? So now the income has gone up. We're going to buy double of everything. So if it was buying, first, if it was buying, let's say, if he was buying 20 and 30, he was buying 20 and 30. Now, she's going to buy how many? 40 and what? 60. These are units, right? Units. So now he's going to buy more. Why? The income has what? Increased. But the price are the same. So when your income, so let's say, when consumer's income increases, the budget line shifts when the income increases, the budget line shifts to the right. Right? So what do we see? The income was 130, the price of X was 2, the price of Y was 3. He bought 20 of X and 30 of Y. Now the income has doubled to 260. Now the price of X and Y are still the same. The price of X is still 2. The price of Y is still 3. Now what she's going to buy more of X and Y. Before that, he was buying 20 of X and 30 of Y. Now what is going to double it? 40 of X and 60 of that. So this is the buyer line. This is the original buyer line. Because of the changes, the buyer line have shifted to the right. When the consumer's income increased, the buyer line shifted to what? The right. Okay, let's take another scenario. The income. Let's take this case 1. This is a case 1. This is the original income. And this is a case 1. We will look at case 2. Assuming that the income was 130 and it reduced to half, 65. The price of X is 2, the price of Y is still 3. Now, because the income has reduced, maybe you have lost the job. Now, let's assume the income reduced from 130 to 65. What happens? The price of X is still 2, the price of Y is still 3. What happens? Now, the amount you buy of X first was buying 20. What the income was reduced by half, you can buy 10, and Y, you can buy what? 15. Right? So that means first was buying 20, now you can buy 10. First was buying 30, now you can buy what? 15. So the buyer line buyer line. So when the income reduced, when the consumers income decrease, when the consumer income decrease, the buyer line shifts when the consumer's income decreases, buyer line shifts to the left, right? So you see, when the consumer's income increases, buyer line shifts to the right. This is the right. When the consumer's income decreases, the buyer line shifts to what? The left. Let's see what we have here. This is the initial buyer line. It had its own indifference curve. At the clearing point B, if the buyer line shifts to the right, the buyer line will meet another indifference curve. Because we said indifference curve is very dense. Very dense means that you have a lot of indifference curves. So whether the buyer line shifts to the left or shifts to the right, it will meet an indifference curve. It's like air. Once you go out, you breathe in air. So whether the indifference curve shifts to the right or left, whether the buyer line shift to the left or right, it will meet the indifference curve. Well, one of the properties of indifference curve is that it's dense. It's dense means there are series of them. So whether you go to left or right, you meet one. There are series of indifference curves. So if you shift to the right or left, whether the line shifts to the right or left, it will meet the indifference curve. When it shifts to the right, it meets an indifference curve. It meets an indifference curve. And I already told you where the budget line and indifference curve meet is equilibrium. Let's call this equilibrium C. When a budget line shifts to the left, it also meets what? An indifference curve. Right? So, this is the original equilibrium. Now, because of the shift, the budget line shifted to the right, it made an indifference curve at equilibrium C. It shifted to the left, it made a budget line, it made an indifference curve at equilibrium, and you have equilibrium A. So, what is it? This is a consumer equilibrium, this is consumer equilibrium, this is consumer equilibrium, right? So, when you join it, what do you have? You have the ICC. You have the ICC. The ICC. So, here we said when the consumer's income is 65, the price of X was 2, the price of Y price of X was 2, price of Y was 3, and therefore the consumer bought 10 and this one 15. So when you join the equilibrium point, A, B, C, you're going to get a line called ICC. What is ICC? Let's see. The ICC is what we call the income It is a curve the curve that shows the locus of point of consumer equilibrium. It's a curve that shows locus of point of consumer equilibrium as a result of changes in the consumer's income. It's a curve that shows because of point of consumer as a result of changes in the consumer's income whilst price is held constant. Whilst price of commodities are held is a curve that shows. So I said that When you join the equilibrium point A to B, B to C, you get a curve called ICC. It's a curve that shows the locus of point of consumer equilibrium as a result of changes in the consumer's income, while the price of commodities are held constant. So how did we get a curve? Let's see. It is a curve that shows what? Locus of points. What's the locus? Joining of points. What point did we join? The consumer equilibrium. What are they? How did we get the curve? We got it by joining the point. Joining equilibrium point A to B, B to C. When we join them, that's how we got a curve. Remember? We join A to B, B to C. When we join, we get a curve. How did we get the equilibrium point? The equilibrium point came because of the changes in the consumer's income. That's why it's called income consumption curve. You remember when I was explaining it, I said that first was earning 30. The price of X was 2, the price of Y was 3. We bought 20 of X and 30 of Y. And the price increased to 260. The price of X was still the same. X and Y was the same, but he bought more of X to 40 and Y to 60. And I came to tell you that there's another scenario where we see that the M was 65, the price of X was 2, the price of Y was 3, X was 10, Y was 15. So we see that the income was changing. First, we assumed the income was 30, then it changed to 130. It was an increment. So the budget line shifted to the right. And we assumed that, no, if the income was 130 and the income decreased to 65, what happened to the budget line? And we saw that it will shift to the left because you consume less. So we got those consumer equilibrium as a result of changes in the consumer's income, but the prices of the commodities were held constant. Here, we're only focusing on the income. The budget constraint, we talk about income and prices, but we just focus only on income, while the price of these were held constant. So that what was changing was the income. Income, this is the initial income, it increased, and where we assume that it decreased. That's what it is. The price were held constant. That. So it's a very simple curve. It's a curve that shows the locus of point of consumer equilibrium as a result of changes in the consumer's income, while the price of commodities are held constant. Right? So let me just do 1 minute wrap up. So I said that you have Y axis, that's the unit of commodity that is consumed. You have the X axis. First, we have the initial line. This is the initial line. That's the initial budget line here. That time the consumer's income was 130. The price of X was 2. The price of Y was 2. And he consumed 20 of X. So this X is consumption. And he consumed 30 of Y. Why? And we assume that if the income increased to 30, if the income increased to 260, the price of X is 2, the price of Y is 3, then it's going to consume more, but the price has not changed. The income have doubled. So its consumption is going to move from 20 to 40, from 30 to what? 60. And let's assume that income it didn't increase to 260. The income rather decreased to 65. What happens? The price of X is still 2, the price of Y is still 3, then it's going to buy half. If it was buying 10, now because of that, he can buy half. If he was buying 30, now he can buy 15. So if he was buying 30, now he can buy 15. And that he can buy 10. So that means that the budget line also, when the income decreases, the budget line shifts to the left. So you have the budget line shifting to the right. When the income increases, the budget line shifts to the left. When the income decreases. And it says that whenever it shifts to the left or it shifts to the right, it will meet an indifference curve. Why? Whether it shifts to the left or right, it will meet an indifference curve. Why will it meet? Because we said that the indifference curve, one of the properties of indifference curve is that it's very dense. We have series of indifference curves. So whether the budget line shifts to the left or right, to meet an indifference curve, you don't need to worry. It's like air. Air is everywhere. As soon as you get outside, you start breathing air. It's the same thing. So when it meets this budget line, meet the indifference curve at this point, get equilibrium 3. When this budget line shifts to the left and meet the indifference curve at this and get equilibrium A, you have A, B, C. When you join the points, A is equilibrium point, B is equilibrium point, C is equilibrium point. When you join it, you're going to get ICC, which is called income consumption curve. And this thing, let me tell you, this thing, you do them in the university again. You do some of these things in the university. That's why I'm taking my time to explain it to you. So we have the income consumption curve. It's a curve that shows the locus of points of what? Consumer what? Equilibrium. It shows what? Consumers what? Equilibrium. As a result of what? Changes in the consumer's income. It was what? A curve that shows the joining of points of the consumer's what? Equilibrium. As a result of changes in the consumer's income, whilst the prices of the commodities are held what? Constant. That's how we got the income consumption curve. We're also going to talk about another curve where the price changes but the income is constant. The budget line talks about two things, the income and the prices. So we're going to talk about another curve called PCC, price consumption curve, where the price changes but the income is constant. Then we see what is going to happen. So we're going to talk about another curve. I told you, we're going to talk about a curve called price consumption. Price consumption curve called the PCC. PCC. Let's look at something. We have our budget line. We have our Y and what? X. That time, let's see what we have here. We have a situation where we have the consumer's income was equal to 200. The price of X is 2. The price of X is 2. The price of Y is 4, right? The consumer, let's see, he was buying 50 of that, and Y was buying 25, right? So this one was there. The income was 200. The price of X was 2. The X, he bought 50 of that. And the Y, the price of Y, he bought 25. Okay? So let's see, let's plot it. These are units consumed. Units consumed. This also unit consumed. Right? Let's take that. He was consuming 50 of that. You're consuming 50 of X and 25 of Y, like this. That's what we have. That's the initial. This is the initial budget line. And let's see now. Let's see another scenario. Now his income is still the same. The price of Y is still the same. And the quantity of Y he's buying is still the same. But the price of X have reduced from 2 to 1 series. What happened to X? You're going to buy more. Why? The income is the same. The price of Y has not changed. So therefore the quantity is buying of Y is the same. But the price of X has decreased. And therefore he can now buy 100. So if he was buying He was buying 50. Now, he can buy around what? 100. 100 of commodity X. Right? So when the price of commodity X decreased, the budget line rotated to the left, right. Let's see. When the price of commodity X decrease, the budget line rotates to the right. Let's see. When the price of commodity X decreases, the budget line rotates to the right. This is the right. Right? Rotates to the right. It's moved. So here we don't use the word shift. The budget line is not shifting. It's rotating because it's not the whole budget line that is moving. It's only this side. This side, the price of Y, it didn't change. It's only the price of X that have changed. The price of Y was still here, price of Y was 4, he bought 25. Here the price of Y was still 4, he bought 25. It's only the price of X that have decreased from 2 to 1. And therefore the change is here. So it's not the whole budget line that's shifting. Here we don't use the word shift. It rotates. Because one side, it's only one side of the indifference, the budget line that is moving. The other side is joint. Right? It's only if I'm standing here, only my leg move, one of my legs move, but the rest of my body is behind. I've not shifted. I've rotated. Unless my whole body moves. Right? The same way. So it's not the whole budget line that have moved to the right. This side is still joint. Like there's a knot here. Because it didn't experience any changes in price. And therefore the only changes that's coming is coming from where? X. So when the price of X decreases, the budget line rotates to the right. When it decreases, the people can buy more. And when people can buy more, 50 to 100, it gives you that. What about another scenario where the price, the income is 200, the price of Y is still 4, the quantity buy is 25, the price of X was 2, and the price of X moved to 4. And because of that, was buying 50, you can now buy only 25. Right? What happened? Was buying 50, now you can buy what? 25, maybe somewhere in the middle. Here. This. What do you have there? You have that too. So the budget line rotates to the left when the price of the commodity X increases. So let's see. When the price of commodity X increases, the budget line it says so when the price of commodity X increases, the budget line rotates to the left. So be very careful. They're talking about price of commodity X. Okay, somebody also can decide that X is not increasing, it's Y that's increasing. You can do that. You can make only X, the price X is not changing, it's the Y that's changing. You can do the same thing. All that we need to know is that at least one of the prices is changing, one is held constant. And the income is constant. That's the only thing. One of the prices is changing, the price of another one is held constant. The income is constant. That's the only thing. You can make other Y change, X constant, the income constant. Or you can do the vice versa. Maybe Y is constant, the income changes in the price. You can do whatever you want, right? It's unless you have to just follow through this spectrum. So you have that too. And here we say it's a rotate, it's not a shift. Because the whole curve, I'm not sure if you write it in linear down, they see your written shift, rotate, and those, and they will just mark it down. So what do you have? What you have here is that first, this, our initial budget line, it had its own indifference curve. Now, when a shift, so let's call this B. When it rotates to the right, to get another indifference curve. When it rotates to the left, it will meet another indifference curve. I've told you that indifference curve is very dense. I've already said that the indifference curve is very dense. So whether the budget line shifts to the right or shifts to the left, it will meet the indifference curve. Take it from me. You remember one of the properties of the indifference curve is that it's very dense. So whether the budget line shifts to the left or shifts to the right, wherever it shifts, it will meet the indifference curve. It's like air. When you go out, you breathe air. You don't need to struggle. So when this one rotates to the right, it meets indifference curve at C. When it rotates to the left, it meets the indifference curve at the equilibrium point A. So you have how many equilibrium points? A, B, C. So you can join it. Let's join it. A, B, C. Call it P, C, C. Call it PCC. Right? P, it's not a name of a church. P, C, C. Price, consumption, curve. P, C, C. Price, consumption curve. Let's see. What does it mean? The price consumption curve it is a curve that shows the locus of point is the curve that shows it is a curve that shows the locus of point of consumer equilibrium as a result of the curve that shows the locus of point is a curve that shows the locus of point of consumer equilibrium as a result of changes in the price of one commodity whilst the price of the other commodity and the income level, while the price of the other commodity and the income level is held So it's a curve that shows the locus of point. Let's see. It's a curve that shows locus of points of consumer equilibrium. What does the curve show? It's the locus. Locus means joining of points. Which point? Consumer equilibrium. What are the consumer equilibrium? How do we get this curve? We got this curve by joining. Locus means joining. Joining of what? Consumer equilibrium. We join A to B, B to C. That's how we got a curve. But how do we get the A, B, C? How do we get the C and A? For instance, the B, we know the B already was the original one. How do we get the C and A? We got the consumer equilibrium point, the C and A, because of changes in the price of one commodity. If the price of X has not decreased, then we will not have gotten this equilibrium point. Because the decrease in that price, that's rotated the biological line to the right. So we got equilibrium point at C because there was a change in the price of commodity X. And how did we get equilibrium point at A? Because there was a decrease in the price of commodity X that gave us the biological line and the equilibrium point at A. So we got that as a result of changes in the price of one commodity, while the price of the other commodity and the income level is held constant. What other commodity? We are only looking at the change in the price of commodity X changing, while the price of other commodity Y and the income was still the same. Somebody said that, can also say that the price of Y is changing, but the price of X and income is constant. Of course, we can also do the same thing. But at least one of them should be changing. One of the prices will change, one should be held constant, and the income should be held constant. You can also do the vice versa. Whatever you think you need to make life easy for you, right? Or it depends on how the question is also be asked. If the question has not been asked, restricting you, which one should be held constant, which one should change, then you have the leverage to do whatever you want to do. But most of the time, people prefer this one changing because so they can easily draw the curves. If it's changing here, the curves will be drawn here. These curves will go here, and it's very difficult to understand, right? So to make life easy for yourself, if you choose this as the price changing, it's easy so that you can draw these curves. Otherwise, if you do this here, why here, this curve would have rotated to this side, and the curves will be drawn to that side. Even though you are not wrong, you will not take it easy doing that. I don't think you want to make things so difficult for yourself. So let me just go over it one more time. Then the other curves you have to draw. We have what they call the price consumption curve, the PCC. That first, we have our initial budget line at this line. At that line, our income was 200. The price of X was 20. The quantity of X was 50. The price of Y was 40. The quantity of Y was 25. And the price, and we assume that the income is constant, the price of Y is constant, the quantity buy of Y is 25, but the income decreased from 2 to 1. If the price decreased from 2 to 1. If the price decreased from 2 to 1, she's going to buy more. So if she was buying 50, now the buyer line, she will buy what? 100. And so it's only this side of the buyer line that have moved. The Y, he's still buying the 25. It's still 25 because the price of Y is constant. The income is constant. It's only the price that has decreased that's making her buy more. So he moves to a new buyer line. So now the original buyer line here also rotates to the new one. And he said that when the price of commodity X decreases, the buyer line rotates. It's not a shift because it's not the whole line that's moving. It's just one part that's stretching. So we say it rotates. In the case of income, we say shifts, because the whole curve will move. Again, we said that also we assume another scenario. Another scenario where the income is 200, the price of Y was 4, the quantity of Y was 25, the price of X has increased. We assume that if the price of X was 2, now it has increased to 4. And now the quantity she can buy will be 25. So if she was buying 50, now she can buy 25. So then we are getting a new buyer line too. We are getting this buyer line, and this is the original. And I told you that wherever the buyer line shifts, whether the buyer line moves to, and that the buyer line doesn't shift. Wherever the budget line rotates to, whether it rotates to the right, rotate to the left, it will meet the indifference curve. Where indifference curve is very dense. You can have series of indifference curve. So if the budget line rotates to the right, it meets an indifference curve I3, and you get equilibrium C. If the budget line rotates to the left, it meets the indifference curve I1, you get equilibrium point A. So if now you have A as equilibrium point, B as equilibrium point C, then if you join all, you're going to get a line called PCC, price consumption curve. And we said that, what is the price consumption curve? It's a curve that shows locus or point. What is locus? Joining or point. Which point? The consumer equilibrium. What is the consumer equilibrium? A, B, C. We said that when the indifference curve meets the budget line, where it meets is the consumer equilibrium. Don't forget. Whenever the indifference curve meets the budget line, where they meet is where there's equilibrium. Remember I said that. So it's a curve that shows the locus or point of consumer equilibrium as a result of changes in the price of the commodity. Why? It's due to the changes in the price of what? One commodity. What is the price of the other commodity? What is the commodity here? It was commodity X. What is the price of the other commodity? That's commodity Y. And the income was held constant. And I've reiterated several times that somebody can also make the commodity Y increase and the S and the income is constant. It depends on you. Depends on how you want to go about it. So that's, you've done about the income consumption curve, the price consumption curve, the other curves too you're going to talk about. You're going to talk about the income and substitution effect whenever price changes. So we're going to talk about a very important concept, what they call the income and substitution effect. Right? So what do you have here? Income effect and substitution effect. Income effect, substitution effect, right? So anytime the price of a commodity changes, you buy more or less depending on the direction of the change. And two factors influences you to buy more or less depending on the direction of the change. And these two effects are the income effect and what? Substitution effect. Right? So let's take, for instance, if the price of commodity falls, let's assume price of a commodity, if the price of a commodity decreases, price of a commodity decreases. What happens? If the price of commodity decreases, the consumer will buy more. The consumer is buying more because of two reasons. Because of one, the substitution effect, and two, the income effect. What is the substitution effect? The substitution effect is that the substitution effect is that comparing the product to other ones, other commodity, other products, it becomes it becomes cheaper. Due to the fall in price. To the fall in price. The substitution effect is that, what is it? Because substitution effect. Comparing, so let's get the substitution effect here. When the price decreases, you buy more. Why? Comparing the product to other products, it becomes cheaper due to the fall in price. So the consumer will buy more. That's the substitution effect. What about the income effect? The income effect is that due to the decrease in the price due to the decrease in the price of the commodity, the consumers real income or purchasing power due to the decrease in the price of the commodity, due to the decrease in the price when the consumer's real income or purchasing power, the consumer's real income purchasing power has increased. Hence, the consumer will buy more or less, depending on hence. And the consumer will buy, more or less, depending on whether the commodity, is a normal good, or so let's see, with the income effect, due to the decrease in the price of commodity, the consumer's real income purchasing power has increased. So the price, you know what they call, in our previous lesson, we spoke about real income. That your real income is your nominal income divided by price. So if the price decreases and the salary you are taking is still the same, but because price have decreased, what happens? You have a higher purchasing power. The rare income, you have a higher rare income, or you have a higher purchasing power. So let's see. Income effect. Due to the decrease in the price of commodity, the consumer's income, the purchasing power has increased. And the consumer will buy more or less depending on whether the commodity is a normal good and freer good. With the income effect, you cannot just straightforward say that the consumer will buy more or less. You know that the consumer have to decide whether the commodity is a normal good or it's inferior good. If it's a normal good, the price has fallen, he will buy more. If it's inferior good, if the price has fallen, he will not even wish to buy it, right? If the price has fallen and he thinks that some of these things, even if I go and buy it, it will hurt me, you will not buy it, right? So these are things you see that. So let's put this in a chart. I want to show you some diagram. Let's look at goods, commodities. We have the substitution effect here, effect here, for price decreases. For price decreases, right? Let's see if the goods are normal good, what will happen? If the good is a normal good, what happens? If the normal good, the substitution effect to make you buy more. Substitution effect to make you buy more. So here you buy more. What about the income effect? If it's a normal good, when people's rare income increases, they'll buy more. So the relation between income effect and that is just, so they have the income effect, under the income effect will make you buy more of normal goods. The income effect will make you buy more of normal goods. Because you have money to buy more normal goods, because your rare income has what? Has increased. So if the commodity is a normal good, the substitution effect will make you buy more. The income effect also will make you buy more. What about if the commodity is an inferior good? If the commodity is an inferior good, just compare the good with its substitute, you still buy more because the price has gone down, and comparing it with substitute, people buy more for substitution effect from that angle. What about income effect? When the price falls and the rare income of the consumer increases, I don't think you will go for inferior good. Nobody in his right sense will do that. So now that the father or the mother have secured a big job, now they're going to. What I'm thinking you're going to do is that once you are able to know, we know that with inferior good, when your rare income goes up, you buy less. When price falls, people's rare income is going up. And people's rare income going up means that the price of things will be very expensive, so poor people tend to buy less. So it shows that if not inferior good, substitution effect to make you buy more, income effect to make you buy less. Because first you've got a higher purchasing power. So you go and buy more of normal good than buy inferior good. What about normal good? normal good, substitute effect to make you buy more. Comparing your price with your substitute, still it will be cheaper. What about the income effect? The income effect also will make you buy more, because once I have more real income, I'll buy more of normal good. So what you're saying is that, let me grab over there. You're going to put this on a diagram, right? But let me just go over it before we go and put it in a diagram. We said that anytime price of the product changes, and you change amount you're buying, you're changing amount you're buying for two reasons: the income effect and substitution effect. But a lot of people don't know. All that you know that you're buying more, but I don't know what is pushing you. And it seems there's an invisible hand that pushes you to go and buy. There's no invisible hand. So what are the approaches? You're considering that the price of the commodity decreases. What are the approaches? One, the substitution effect, comparing the price of the product, comparing the product with other product, comparing the product with other product, it becomes cheaper due to the fall in price. So with substitution effect, when the price decreases, comparing it with other products that does similar thing, it makes you competitive. And think that if I go and buy, it's better, because if I don't do that, it will run out of stocks, right? So we look at that. So you look at how the substitution effect will help you buy more of a normal good, and the income effect will help you buy more. Let's look at the income effect. It's due to the decrease in the price of the commodity, the consumer's real income or purchasing power has been increased. Hence, the consumer will buy more or less, depending on whether the commodity is a normal good or inferior good. The income effect here is that when price decreases, as we saw, it makes your purchasing power, the salary government gives you, indirectly makes it a little bit bigger, because price of things are not going up to eat up your salary, to take away your salary, to obliterate your salary, right? That's not the narrative here. The narrative is that you're going to work for the government will give you a very good work. So I was in talk with one of the leaders how it's possible we can have some of these things for them on tutorial and those things. So basically, a lot of the substitution effect is saying that if you're inferior good, substitution effect will make you buy more. By income effect will make you buy less. Because with normal good, no person, once you have gotten money from government, will continue to buy inferior good. No, maybe the person is joking with his health, and the substitution effect is to make him buy more, because comparing what he's doing with other commodity should be more competitive than them. So we have these two things at the back of our mind that we have to work around. So let's look at the illustration with the income, with the normal good. Let's get a normal good. So we're going to put this thing on a diagram. Because we said that with normal good, substitution effect will make you buy more, income effect will make you buy more. Let's put that on a diagram. Watch me. We're going to draw this once and for all, because watch me. First, you have your initial we have the y-axis, we have the x-axis, we have the y-axis, we have the x-axis, right? So we want to look at, first, this is the initial buy line, and we are assuming that price decreases. Don't forget, we're assuming that price of this price decreases. Assuming where price decreases. When price decreases, we said that anytime the price of one commodity decreases, what happens to the budget line? It rotates to the right. Whenever price of one commodity increases, it rotates to the right. So if you were at this, you are now at 100. You are at 50. Is now at 100. And what about commodity X? So we are here assuming that only commodity X have increased. What about commodity Y? Commodity Y, no, it was not selected. So what about commodity Y? Let's see. Let's go to the commodity Y. There was no change, right? There was no change in the price. There was no change in the price. So what do? There was no change in the price. So at this point, this change is only for that. And if you draw from here to here, you're going to have your budget. You're going to have your budget, new budget line. So this is the one, the initial, the initial budget line. The initial, that one is your signature, your initial address. So let's see what we have. So the price of X decreases and the budget line have rotated to the right. Okay? So this is the initial budget line. This is the new budget line. I wanted to add some labeling, but it's giving a problem. So this is the initial, and this is the new, but it's shifted to the right. Okay? So let's see. Before that, we have our own. Before that, we had our own indifference curve, right? Before that, the original indifference curve. The original indifference curve was at this, where we have the equilibrium point at A. Now, if the budget line rotates to the right, it will meet another indifference curve. As I told you that the indifference curve is very dense. So whenever the budget line is shift to the left, shift to the right, it will meet an indifference curve. So it shifted here. This is the fall in price. So I shifted there. So when the budget line rotates to the right, it will meet an indifference curve. Let's call this C. Right? Let's call this C. So now let's see. We have seen that the budget line, this was the original budget line, this was the original old indifference curve. Now, the price of X has fallen, so the budget line have rotated to the right. And rotated to the right, also it meets an indifference curve as C. So this is where we are now. We have moved from X1 to X2, because the normal group. We have increased consumption from X1 to X2. Or maybe let's call this X3. Let's call that one X3. other separate income effect we have to separate the income effect and substitution effect. So in order to, so the S1 to S3, it doesn't split the effect into substitution effect or income effect. So in order to separate the income and substitution effect, and imaginary budget line, is drawn, and every line is drawn, which is one, which is tangential to the old indifference curve, and parallel to the new budget line. So we said that we want to separate the two. In order to separate the income effect, substitution effect, an imaginary budget line is drawn, And the budget line, we're going to draw an imaginary budget line. Let's see there. We're going to draw an imaginary budget line. The budget line we're going to draw is not there. We are going to put it there to achieve something. So that's why he said it's an imaginary budget line. The budget line we're going to draw should have two features. First, it should be tangential to the old indifference curve. What is the old indifference curve? This is the old or initial budget line. This is the initial indifference curve. So it should be able to touch the old or initial indifference curve. Right? Touch the old or initial. And this is the new budget line. And this is the new indifference curve. And it should be parallel to the new budget line. It should touch this curve, but it should be parallel to the new budget line. Right? Right? So let me do something here. Let's do this thing all over again. Here, let's do it all over again. Let's draw that thing all over again. Right? So you're going to find out, we said that when price decreases, price of X, let's use price when price decreases, right? With normal good, the substitution effect to make the consumer buy more of normal good, and then give effect to make him buy more. So what we say, we want to put it on a diagram here. Let's look at something. We're looking at a normal good. Where the price of X decreases. So let's look at something. First, we have this First, we have our x, we have the y, we have the x, right? And we have our initial value line, like this. And the price of x decreases. What happens to the value line? We are assuming that the price of y is the same. We said that when the price of x decreases, with the price of y being the same, the value line will rotate to the right, where the consumer can buy more. This is unit, right? So you can buy more of x for the price of decrease. So the value line will rotate to the right. So this is the one. This is the initial indifference curve, initial budget line, DL, initial budget line. Initial budget line. This is the old, this is the new budget line because of the decrease in price. This is the new budget line. So let's see. First, with our initial budget line, we have our own equilibrium, right? We have an equilibrium like, so let's call this indifference curve 1. That's the initial one. Before there was no shift, we had equilibrium. Let's call equilibrium 1. A. And let's trace with the output axis. Let's call it x1. That was the initial. So this curve is the initial indifference curve. Without the shift, before the shift came, the initial indifference curve. Right? Before the price have not decreased, we have our initial value line, we have our initial indifference curve. Without the first, before even the price decrease, this is what we are having. And because the price decreased, because the price decreased, it have rotated the value line to the right. So we have a new value line. What about the new value line? Now the new value line also have its own indifference curve. I tell you that whenever the value line rotates to the right or left, because indifference curve is very dense, wherever it rotates, it will meet an indifference curve. So let's say it meets an indifference curve at this point. Right? So we have an indifference curve. Let's call it 3. Let's call it indifference curve 3. So that's the. So we have our also the new indifference curve. This was the initial indifference curve. This is the new one. This is a new indifference. So we have our initial value line, our initial indifference curve. Due to the shift, due to the decrease in price, the value line have rotated here. So you now have a new value line. And when the new value line rotates to the right, it will meet an indifference curve. So it has gotten an indifference curve. So this is the old indifference curve. This is the new indifference curve. What do you call this point? Let's call this point S3. Right? So what do you know that consumption has increased from X1 to X3? You can see it. You have moved from A to C. That tells us that with normal good, you consume more. You move from A to C. But there's a problem. The problem is that even though you move from A to C, you don't know which part of the increment was caused by substitution effect, which part is caused by the income effect. Because we have said that the substitution effect will make you buy more, income effect will make you buy more. So we cannot decipher or say which part of the increase is caused by the income effect, which part of the increase is caused by the substitution effect. So how can we know that? If we want to do that, then this 2, x1 to x3, we have to separate it into 2, so that we know which part was caused by substitution effect, which part was caused by income effect. How do we do that? We are going to use, in order to separate the income effect and substitution effect, an imaginary biased line is drawn. We're going to draw an imaginary biased line. It's not there. Why we say imaginary? It's not there. We are just putting it there to achieve something. We call it imaginary biased line. That line you're going to draw, it should have 2 features. What are the features? It should be tangential to the old indifference curve. You should draw it so that it touches the initial or old indifference curve. At the same time, as it's touching the old indifference curve, it should be parallel. You know what is parallel lines? It should be parallel to the new biased line. What is the new biased line? This is the new biased line. Please, in exams, when you're writing, you don't need to be writing these things. Initial, or you don't need to write. I'm just doing that to explain to you so that you understand. So you're going to draw, we're going to separate the x1 to x3. We're going to separate it into 2. To know which part was caused by substitution effect, which part was caused by income effect. Right? So you're going to draw an imaginary biased line which is tangential to the old indifference curve, which will touch the old indifference curve. At the same time it should be parallel to the new biased line. So let me do something. I know I can do something. So let me see what I've done. I've managed it, I've touched the thing, but it's not parallel. So I'll be able to do something. I think it's what have I done? I'll be able to draw the thing. The thing have touched it at point B. At the same time, it's parallel. See, I've done that. I'll be able to draw it to touch the initial indifference curve at point B. At the same time, it's parallel to the new biased line. So let's see. Let's separate it. Yeah. You have this as what? X2. Right? Have this as x2. So we have that one as x2. So what order we see is that, what can we do? Now you see that you have separated it from s1 to x2, x2 to s3. First, we didn't have anything like that. First, it was only from s1 to s3. But now you're able to cut the thing to 2. x1 to x2, x2 to x3. From A to B, B to C. So let's see. What do we have? What is the interpretation? The consumers consumption increased. Consumer consumption increased from S1 to S2. Consumers consumption increased from S1 to X2. That's from A to B due to the consumer's consumption consumption increase from S1, S2, that's A to B, due to what? Substitution effect. How do we know that point is substitution effect? Because that point, the consumer is held on the same indifference scale. It's a substitution effect because the consumer is held on the same indifference scale to examine that the person is still having the same level of utility. Right? So that's why we have that, because the consumer is still on the same indifference scale at that point. Therefore, it shows that the substitution effect, the consumer still get the same level of satisfaction by substituting one commodity for one another commodity. Substitution effect, the substitution effect, that portion, that portion that portion this portion is called substitution effect. This portion is called substitution effect because the consumer is held on the same indifference scale. This portion is called substitution effect because the consumer is held on the same indifference scale. So what I'm saying is that it's very simple. The consumer's consumption increase from X1 to X2, that's A to B, due to substitution effect. This portion is called substitution effect because the consumer is held on the same indifference scale. From A to B, you assume that the consumer is held on the same indifference scale, so he's having the same level of satisfaction, even though if he held on the same indifference scale, means that he's having the same level of utility at any given point, whilst even it factored into account the price. So from A to B is a substitution effect. What about B to C? The B to C from X1 from X2 to X3, that is from B to C, is the income effect. The income effect of the price fall, Is the income effect of the price fall, right? Is the income effect The income effect on the price fall. It's from S1 to S3. That's from B to C, the income effect as a result of the price fall. It's the income effect, right? The income effect. Why is it the income effect? How do you know that it's the income effect? Because we move from one budget line. The budget line, we see two budget lines, between two budget lines, they shift between two budget lines. We move from one budget line to another budget line. Because there's a movement from one budget line to another budget line. And when you move from one budget line to another, it represents an increase in the income. When the budget line shifts to the right, what does it represent? From A, this is a budget line. From C, that's a budget line. Which moves to the right. And when it moves to the right, it means that your real income has increased. And when your real income increases, you can buy more. So, it's income effect. It is called income effect. It is called the income effect. It's called income. It is called the income effect, or the income effect due to the movement from one budget line to another, due to the movement from one budget line to another. So let's see. What do we see? That the consumer's consumption increased from X1 to X3, as we have here. S1 to X3, that's A, B to C due to substitution effect. This portion is called substitution effect because the consumer is held on the same indifference curve. So because A and B, they are on the same indifference curve. So that's the why, because we believe that it's being held on the same level of satisfaction. And from X to X3, from X to S3, that's from B to C, is the income effect. This is called the income effect due to the movement from one budget line to another. You move from one budget line, this one, that was marginally, to another one, and you have that. So that's how it is. So we have shown that the substitution effect make you buy more, the ease, and the income effect make you also what? Buy more. From X1 to X3, the substitution effect make you buy more. And from S2 to S3, the income effect also make you buy more. See it? So you have what we are saying here in words. The substitution effect will make you buy more. You have shown it. Income effect will make you buy more. You have shown that. It's not a difficult diagram at all. If you follow what we are doing, it's not difficult at all. It's not difficult. I'm trying to break things down for you, and if you follow it very well, it's not difficult. Don't make the thing complex. It's not complex. Just take the thing one at a time, and you'll be okay with that. So we want to do for also an inferior group, and now let's do for an inferior group. How would an inferior group behave? Let's do for inferior group. The inferior group, what are we looking at? Let's see. Inferior group. the substitution effect will make you buy more. Income effect will make you buy less. Because when the real income increases, you don't buy more of keeping inferior good, buy more of normal good. So the inferior good if price falls. That's how with inferior goods. With that, with the sustained effect, let's say the inferior good. When price falls, inferior good, what happens? What happens is that the inferior good, substitute effect will make you buy more. Why? Comparing the inferior good to each substitute is still cheaper. So substitute effect will make you buy more. If it's inferior good, it still has substitute. Comparing the commodity to each substitute, you see that it's still cheap. So you buy more, substitute effect. But the income effect will make you buy less. Why? When price falls, you have a higher real income. When you have higher real income, nobody will go and buy inferior good. You go and use to buy normal good. So the narrative is not the same. So what we are saying, you want to put in a diagram, and that will be the end of everything. And we do a data response, we give you a type question, and that will be the end of the road for you guys. So let's put it on a diagram. So yes, we have this. We have Y. The Y there are units. The units of things you consume. We have the X. Also talks about the units. Yes. We have our initial by line. This is the initial this is the initial budget line, right? This is the initial budget line, and the price of the commodity falls. The price of what commodity X falls. We are assuming that price of X, price of commodity S falls. The budget line will rotate to the when the price of X falls, the buyer line will rotate to the right. Right? So when the buyer line falls, when the price of X falls, when the price of X falls, the buyer line will rotate to the right. So let's see. So it will rotate to the right because he can buy more of the product. Rotating to the right means that you're buying more because now the price has fallen. Right? Okay. So we have this one becomes the new buyer line. The new buyer line. So let's see. We know that the initial buyer line will have its own indifference curve, right? So the initial buyer line have its own indifference curve. Let's call this indifference curve 1. And the equilibrium point where it was at. We meet it here. That's the equilibrium point at A. Right? Equilibrium point at A. So let's call that X1. If the buyer line, so this is the old, or this is the initial buyer line. Initial indifference curve, sorry. Initial indifference curve. Initial indifference curve. When it rotates to the right, it also meets an indifference curve. Let's call this indifference curve let's call that indifference curve 2. That's the new indifference curve. So, where does it meet? It meets it at this point. So that will be S3. That's point C. So, we have our method move from X1 to X3, right? When the price of commodity X falls the value line rotates to the right. When the price of X falls, the buyer line rotates to the right. Okay. So what we have here, what you see from this diagram, you have seen that we have moved from X1 to X3. We don't know the income effect. We don't know the substitution effect. All that we know is that we have moved from x1 to x3, which is an increase. So you have to separate it to get which portion is a substituting effect, which portion is an income effect. So how do you do that? In order to separate the income effect and substituting effect, an imaginary, yes, an imaginary by line is drawn, which we're going to draw an imaginary by line, as I've told you already. If you want to separate the two, the income effect and substituting effect, we are going to draw an imaginary by line. And that imaginary by line should have two features. What are the features? First, it should be tangential to the old indifference curve. It should be able to touch this indifference curve. That's the old or initial indifference curve. At the same time, it should be parallel to the new by line. At the same time, it should be what? Parallel to the new by line. This is the old indifference curve. This is the new by line. So, open your eyes. You're going to draw an imaginary by line. Why are we calling it imaginary? It's not there. We are putting it there to achieve something. But it should meet two conditions. First, it should be tangential to the old or initial indifference curve. At the same time, it should be parallel to the new by line. So let's draw it. So I'm able to draw it, but it's not parallel, right? It have touched it, but I think I have to do more. It's not parallel. To try to make it parallel. See, have I done that? It's getting parallel. Let me see what that. Parallel. So I've done it. So I'm able to touch this initial indifference curve. I'm able to touch the initial indifference curve. At the same time, it is what? Parallel. I've done it. Right? You can also do it. So let's see. Let's call it point B. So we have what? Point B. So we have what? We have this. So we have A to B. So we have A to B. Let's get it. A to B. And we have B to C. The A to B is a substituting effect. Well, from S1 to X2, from moving from X1 to S2 is a substituting effect. And that's the increment. But we said that the substituting effect will make you buy more. Okay? And from X2 to X3, backwards. You are moving backwards. You are at B, you are moving to C. That's the income effect. But the income effect will make you buy less. And you have seen that it's there. From B to C, moving backward is a reduction. That's the income effect. And the substitution effect, moving from X1 to X2, is an increment. That's the substitution effect. Moving from X1 to X2 is a substitution effect. And this substitution effect will make you buy more. And moving from B to C is what? The income effect. Because it makes you buy what? Less. Right? So let's look at something. The consumer's consumption increased from X1 to X2 due to substitution effect. So from A to B is an increment, X1 to X2. If you look at the increment, if you look at the arrow from X1 to X2, that's the substitution effect, as we said here. Due to the substitution effect, this portion is called substitution effect because the consumer is held on the same indifference. Moving from X1 to X3, the movement backwards. Don't look at the X1 and X2. Look at the movement backwards. Maybe you might be deceived that from X2 to X3 is an increase. It's not increase. Look at the movement backwards. It's moving backwards. Every moving back. Look at the arrow. From X to X2. From X1 to X2, which is the decrease, is due to from X to X3. Movement from S1 to S3, which is from B to C, is reduction. It represents reduction in the consumption of commodity X. Due to movement from S1 to S3 represents reduction in the movement from S1 to S3 represents the reduction in the consumption of commodity X due to the income effect. Right? So movement from X1 to X3 represents what? Reduction in the consumption of our commodity X due to the income effect. So what we are saying is that when the commodity is inferior good, when price decreases, the substitution effect will make you buy more, income effect will make you buy less. You are able to depict it on the diagram. What have we done? We are able to make sure that the substitution effect make you buy more, income effect make you buy less. And that's what we have there. The only thing is that the only technique in drawing this diagram is that where you place this curve is very important. With a normal good, I put it down here so that it will represent an increase in the income effect. With the inferior good, I put it up so that it will be a reverse reduction. That so where the only thing is how you place this curve. Where you place there, new indifference curve. If it's a normal good, I place it downwards so that I can get what I want, so that I can get an increase in income effect. If it's inferior good, I place it upward, up here. You observe the two curves. So that you see that, so that it will be a reduction. So that the B will be before it and it will be behind. You very carefully observe it so that you can easily draw this curve very, very easy. If it's normal good, let the B, the indifference curve to let it go down a bit. So that it will represent, the income effect will represent an increase in consumption. If it's inferior good, let it go up. So that when the imaginary line touch this one, it will be behind it. That will represent what? A decrease in consumption. It's just some techniques we use to drawing it. And I use dash for the imaginary line because what? It's an imaginary line, right? Well, if it was the imaginary line, right? So we have all this. So we are able to tell you the income effect, substitution effect, when it comes to the dealing with the issue of price falls. There are a lot of technicalities with this. You have the Slavsky approach, you have the Hickson approach. I don't think these things are unnecessary. It's very unnecessary. These things are it will be very complicated going through those things. Slavsky, Hickson, Marshallian, different ways of drawing this diagram. That'll be a little bit confusing. I think this one is okay for you. Let's do that. Let's take our questions and solve. In this video, we are looking at the data response question on utility. That's the theory of consumer behavior. If you want the detailed lesson, go to our website, www.stevecons.com. We have all our lessons there. We have our first batch 18 topics there. We have topics like national income accounting, balance of payment, international trade, when it comes to the issue of balance, when it comes to industrialization, agri, economic growth, foreign direct investment, banking and finance, and all lot of topics have been there for you. Once you subscribe and pay one-time money to use the service, you don't pay it again. So leverage on that. Leverage on this to achieve that what you want. Again, too. Also, we have it on the pen drive. On the pen drive, you can use for your laptop, you can use for your phone. So anytime you're moving, even outside, you can just take it and listen. The time you come back, you have to learn something. And this videos we are shooting, our 50 videos, will be made available to you when you are done. And you have already done something like price elasticity, cost elasticity, price mechanism, economic system, patterns of production, production possibility frontier. When it comes to topics like production theory, all those things have been done. 15 topics were done. This is the last one. So try and take advantage of these instrumentalities for yourself. Let's see what we have in this question. So let's take this question. The table below shows the total and marginal utilities of a consumer as he purchases various units of ice cream. So what are we talking about? We're looking at the consumer, his consumption of ice cream, right? So we have his quantity, total utility, marginal utility. At 1, his total utility was 12, his marginal utility was 12. At 2, his total utility was 8, marginal utility was 8. At 3, his total utility was 26, marginal utility was missing. At 4, his total utility was 30, and marginal utility was 4. At 5, his total utility was 32, and there's no point for that as C. At 6, you have D, total utility. You don't have anything for total utility, you have to solve for it. We have marginal utility at 0. At 7, total utility at 30, marginal utility at negative. So we have these things for you. And let's see the questions that are being asked. The question 1, say that find values of A and B and C and D, 6 months. B, explain the economic law illustrated by marginal utility column. You know the law already. The law of this marginal utility. Go and get this for yourself. 4 months. What level of consumption does the consumer maximize total utility? At what level can we say the consumer have maximized his total utility? Okay? Unless you have to get a chart, you know the marginal utility, then you track all those things. It's total utility, marginal, then you track. At what point can you see that the person maximizes everything that you have? Suppose the economy has $50 to spend on his. If the economy has $50 to spend on ice cream and price for ice cream is $2, how many units of ice cream will he or she buy? Okay? And so the answer your question is 6 months. Answer the question is 6 months. The question should be 6 months. So that's what we have. We're going to deal with them one by one. So let's look at first the A. So let's look at A here. What is A? A, you're supposed to look for total utility at 2. So total utility, as we know, total utility, the formula is equal to summation. The summation of the marginals. The summation of the marginal utility, or total utility is equal to average utility times quantity. So let's see which one of these formulas will be applicable. Because we don't know the averages, we cannot use this formula. So what we can use is that here we know the marginal utility at 1, marginal utility at 2. So we can just see that total utility at 2 is equal to marginal utility at 1 plus marginal utility at 2. What is marginal utility at 1 is 12. Marginal utility at 2 is 8. So that will give us what? 20. And therefore, this will give you 1.5 marks. So we see that to get A, A is the total utility at 2. How to get total utility at 2? It's the summation of the marginal utility, which is equal to marginal utility at 1, marginal utility at 2, which is 12 plus 8, you get 1.8 marks. Okay? Or somebody can also decide to get total utility at 2 is equal to marginal utility at 1 plus marginal utility at 2. To get total utility at 2, total utility at 1, which is 12, but the marginal utility at 8. At 2, the marginal utility at 2 here is what? 8. So when you add that, you're going to get about 20 at the same thing. So somebody can use the total utility. Somebody can use total utility at 2 is equal to total utility at 1 plus marginal utility at 2. Marginal utility at 2. Total utility at 1 is what? 12. Marginal utility at 2 is 8. So put together, you're going to get what? 20. And you get 1.5 marks for that. So I think that's 8. Let's look at B. You're solving for letter B. You're solving for letter B. What is B? Let's get it. B is the marginal utility at 3. So to get marginal utility at 3, you got the total utility at 3 minus total utility at 2 divided by quantity 3 minus quantity 2. What is total utility? What is total utility at 3? Total utility at 3 is what? 26. Total utility at 2, we got 20. We have here 20. We have out to 3. Out to 0. So that will give you 6. So all this will give you also 1.5 marks. So to get marginal utility at 3 here, we go to total utility at 3 minus total utility at 2 over quantity 3 minus quantity 2. Total utility at 3 is 26. Minus total utility at 2 is 20. Minus 23 minus 1. That gives you 6. That will be 1.5 marks. Let's look at C. C. Let's look at C. What is C? Here is C. What do you want? We want the marginal utility at what? 5. How do we get marginal utility at 5? To get marginal utility at 5, it's equal to total utility at 5 minus total utility at 4 divided by quantity 5 minus quantity 4. To get marginal utility at 5, it's equal to total utility at 5 minus total utility at 4 by quantity 5 minus quantity 4. What is total utility at 5? Total utility at 5 is 32. Total utility at 4 is 30. We have output 5 minus 4. That gives you 1, 2. Right? So here we have 2. Right? So the marginal utility at C is 2, and that gives you 1.5 marks. So let's go over it again. To get marginal utility at 5, it's equal to total utility at 5 minus total utility at 4 over quantity 5 minus quantity 4. The total utility at 5 is 32. Total utility at 4 is 30. 5 minus 4, and you get 2. That gives 1.5 marks. Let's look at the E, the D. D. We are looking for this. What is D? D is the total utility at 6. And to get total utility at 6, it should be summation of the marginal utility at 1 plus marginal utility at 2 plus marginal utility at 3 plus marginal utility at 4 plus marginal utility at 5 plus the marginal utility at 6. So to get total utility at 6, the marginal utility at 1 minus the marginal utility at 2 plus the marginal utility at 3 plus the marginal utility at 4 plus the marginal utility at 5, the marginal utility at 6. So let's see what we have. The marginal utility at 1 is 12. Marginal utility at 2 we have is 8. Marginal utility at 3, here we got 6. Is 6. Marginal utility at 4 is 4. Marginal utility at 5 is 2. Marginal utility at is 0. So when you add it together, we're going to get 32. So that the total utility at this is what? 32. Right? So you have solved for A, B, C, D. And this will give you also 1.5 marks. So let's go by it. To get total utility at 6, the marginal utility at 1, plus the marginal utility at 2, plus the marginal utility at 3, plus the marginal utility at 4, marginal utility at 5, marginal utility at 6. When marginal utility at 1 is 12, marginal utility at 2 is 8, marginal utility at 3 is 6, marginal utility at 4 is 4, 2 is that. When you add, you're going to get 32, and that gives you 1.5 marks. B. Explain the economic law illustrated by the marginal utility column. 4 marks. Let's get the marginal utility column. What do you see? It falls from 12, 8, 6, 4, 2, 0, negative. It's falling continuously. What does it show? The law of diminishing marginal utility. So you see, we see that the marginal utility column illustrates the law of diminishing marginal utility, 2 marks. When you say that it illustrates the law of diminishing marginal utility, you get 2 marks. Then you go on to explain. According to the law, as a consumer consumes more units of a good, the satisfaction or utility that he or she derives from an extra or additional unit of the good consumed diminishes. 2 marks. So we know it already that, as you have said it, that as a consumer consumes more of a product for the period, there's additional satisfaction. That's the marginal utility diminished continuously. And that's what the law says. So you just state that what is happening is the law of diminishing marginal utility, then you explain it. So when you say that it's the law of diminishing marginal utility, 2 marks, then you explain 2 marks, 4 marks. C. At what level of consumption does the consumer maximize total utility? At what level does the consumer maximize total utility? Let's look at it. Let's look at the diagram, the chart. When the consumer consumed, here marginal utility was 4, here 8, here 6, 4, 2, 0. When it got to 0, that was the maximum total utility. From, if you look at here, what's the maximum total utility? 32. 32. Where the total utility, marginal utility is 0. When the marginal utility is 0, you are putting your highest level of total utility. So whenever marginal utility is 0, you have reached your highest total utility. And therefore, there's no need to consume further. So it says that when you consume further, after the 0, you got negative. So let's see. The consumer maximizes total utility when you consume 6 units of the commodity. At this level of consumption, the marginal utility is 0. When the marginal utility is at 0, total utility is at maximum, 3 marks. Hence, the consumer should not consume beyond this point. Any consumption beyond this point will make marginal utility negative, while total utility falls. Right? As I've explained to you, when it consumes and gets to the point where marginal utility is 0, at that point, you are putting the highest total utility. Right? If you say that 2 marks, if you decide to consume beyond that level, the marginal utility will be negative, and total utility will fall, and that will not be very appropriate for the consumer. It will not be quite appropriate for the consumer, and therefore the level is what at output 6. When it consumes to quantity 6, that's where you get its maximum total utility. Let's look at the last one. Suppose that the consumer has $10 to spend on ice cream. The price of ice cream is $2. How many units of ice cream can she consume to be in equilibrium? Explain your answer. If the price of ice cream is $2, you understand that at equilibrium, marginal utility is equal to what? Equilibrium price is equal to marginal utility. So if the price is 2 cedis, go and look for the marginal utility that is also 2 cedis. 2. If the price is 2 cedis, go and look for marginal utility that is 2. And look at the corresponding units. Let's look at something. At equilibrium, price is equal to marginal utility. If price is equal to 2, then marginal utility has to be 2. At which point is marginal utility 2? Here. Here, marginal utility is what? At 2. It corresponds to what quantity? It corresponds to output what? 5. And so 5 times $2 will be equal to the money he wants to spend. So if he says that find it, he said at what level would the consumer be equilibrium? The equilibrium is that price should be equal to marginal utility. The price is what? $2. Then let's go and look for a quantity that corresponds, a quantity which marginal utility corresponds to. You're going to look for a quantity of consumption which has a marginal utility of 2. So let's see. Where is it? 12, 8, 6, 4, 2. So we have 2 here. At what quantity? The quantity is what? 5. So you consume 5. 5 times the $2, the money will get finished. $10. And that's the end. So let's see what we have here. You will consume 5 minutes of ice cream to be in equilibrium. For the consumer to be in equilibrium, for the consumer, so I think here, for the consumer, you consume 5 minutes to be in equilibrium, you get much, too much. For the consumer to be in equilibrium, the marginal utility of the commodity should be equal to the price of the commodity. That is BS equal to B1. When the price is 2, it should be equal to marginal utility of 2 at the output 5 quantity. So marginal utility of X by price of X is equal to that. So when it says that he has given you a price of this, at which level will the consumer be equilibrium? What is the price? The price is 2. Go and look for marginal utility that is at 2. So I'll go and look for marginal utility maybe at output 5. The marginal utility at 2, so that it will be 2 is equal to 2. That means I'll consume 5. Right? So if you give me price, when will the consumer be an equilibrium? What is the price? I just go and look for marginal utility that is equal to the price. Then, if I know the marginal utility, I'll correspond it to the amount consumed. I'll say that I'll consume that amount of that. That's what has to be done. So we beseech you that we have all these topics for you. We have the 15 topics. We have done with the 15 topics. They are available for you. We have done topics like price elasticity, income elasticity, economic systems, demand, supply, price control, price mechanism, production possibility frontier. We have done production theory. We have done a lot of topics. Factor production, scale of preference. We have done a couple of things for you. Go visit our website, www.stevecon.com. When you visit, you pay affordable fee, and once you sign up, one-time payment, that's all forever. Every time you can go back and watch those videos you subscribe for, you sign up for any time. Also, we have our first set of videos, 18 topics, that covers net income accounting, balance of payment, trade surplus, when it comes to industrialization, economic growth, foreign direct investment, when it comes to economic integration, when it comes to the issue of World Bank, IMF, we have done everything. We have done the analysis, the statistics, we have done data response type questions. Get this for yourself. We have also our pen drive. When you go to our website, all the 18 topics is there. You sign up for affordable fee. And once you sign up, always you can go and use that service anytime. Also, we have our pen drive. The pen drive, we have these things, topics on our pen drive. When you buy the pen drive, it can be used on your phone or your laptop. When you're even traveling, you can just have your laptop with your pen drive slot to it, and you'll be listening to the lesson. Before you come back, you'll be very efficient. You have achieved something with your time. So don't waste the time in this period. Deepen your strategic understanding on the radical knowledge on economics. You have all the topics you need for 3 years. You have done everything. 33 topics. You don't need to worry of somebody. Just get them and you're through. Thank you for your time. So we have 5 questions for you. This was in November 2011. The table below shows the utility schedule of a consumer for a brand of soft drink consumed. Use the table to answer the questions that follow. So, what does the table talk about? It talks about a consumer who consumed a brand of soft drink. It didn't tell us the soft drink, whether Fanta or Pepsi. I think it's not even important. What is important is that it consumed a soft drink, right? So we have information here. We have utility consumed. That's the quantity. I think it's telling you the quantity consumed, right? The quantity consumed. quantity consumed, we have 1 up to 7. We have total utility. At 1, total utility is 10, marginal utility is 10. At 2, total utility is 6, total utility is 16, marginal utility is 6. At 3, total utility is missing. You don't know, you have to calculate for it. You know marginal at 4. At 4, total utility is 23, marginal utility is K. At 5, total utility is missing, marginal utility is 0. At 6, total utility is 23, marginal utility is missing. At 7, total utility is 20, marginal utility is negative, right? So you have missing observation J, K, L, M. Very so forth, right? So let's see. Calculate the values of J, K, L, M formats. So first J, K, A, L format. 1, 1, 8. You just write the formula and you put in the right thing. You write the formula, put the values to get the answer. B, at what level will the consumer stop consuming more of the commodity? So you look at the person's marginal utility. When the marginal utility is at 0, beyond that the person will not consume again. So that's the clue. Go and look for it. At what level will the consumer stop consuming more of the commodity? You look at the marginal utility. The marginal utility is for you to detect where the person will not consume again. Right? Give a reason for your answer. 1 mark. C. Using a graph sheet, draw the marginal utility curve. If you are drawing the marginal utility curve, it's not anything difficult. This is the quantities. This will go to the x-axis. The quantity will go to x-axis. The marginal utility will go on the y-axis. Then you plot. So this one is difficult. This one will go to the x-axis. The quantity. The marginal utility will go on the y-axis. Then you plot. Very easy. So 8 marks. State the law of diminishing marginal return. So you're supposed to state it. State it and try and elaborate a little bit about the law, right? When you state, you elaborate a little bit about the law because 4 marks, I think they will expect you, after stating the law, just elaborate about it with just some hypothetical examples, very few. The statistics we have been giving you all over this while, don't use these statistics in your exams because these things, you don't need it just to enhance your knowledge in that area. We have Wasi May, June 2009. He said that A, define the term utility formats. B, give the condition necessary for utility maximization when a single commodity is consumed. 4 marks. Remember we did 1 commodity approach. When 2 commodities are consumed, 4 marks. Remember we talked about 1 commodity. How will I know that I am at equilibrium when I'm using 1 commodity? We talk about how will I know that I'm at equilibrium when I'm using 2 commodities. So just go back to what we said in the tutorials and you get everything. C, using a hypothetical example, explain the law of diminishing marginal return. Use what? A hypothetical table. Using a hypothetical table, explain the law of diminishing marginal utility. Right? So you're supposed to explain the law of diminishing marginal utility by using a hypothetical table. So you have to get a table and use that to explain it, how this thing have to work when it comes to the law of diminishing marginal utility. So we have that for you. All this and try it and get back to us as we have our contacts and our things screening down. It'll be a great time having you. We have had 33 topics, 18 topics in the first set, 15 topics in the second set. You have been so wonderful. We beseech you that visit our website. We have other courses too. We have maths, we have English, science, and other ones are coming. We are thinking of a lot. Biology, science, related maths, a lot are coming, right? Chemistry, plenty of them are coming. So be with us and visit our website, www.stevecons.com, where you can get access to this thing at a very affordable rate. It's just a one-time payment. Also, try and get our pen drive. You can use a pen drive for your laptop, for your phone, everywhere you're going, you can just watch and listen to the lecture. Thank you for your time. It'll be a great time being with you. Bye-bye.